ahead and turn that off. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Woo. Oh, hi, Relby. I'm sorry I missed your initial messages. Sherlock Holmes goes well. I'm excited to keep playing it. This has been the best game in the series so far. Like, there's actual deduction stuff. It's fun. Excuse me. Sorry, my throat's been a little out of whack for a bit. Yep. Hey, folks. We are going to be playing more Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper. I hope everyone is doing well today. You've officially made it more than halfway through the week. We've just got Friday tomorrow and the rest of today. I believe in you. I am going to take my meds. This is a reminder that you should as well. Meds, vitamin supplements, anything you need to take daily. I recommend taking it now before you forget. Let's see. Yeah, I've got some tea with me. Stir the sugar in a little bit more. Okay, the game is loading up. It just takes a few minutes. What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing the vitamin D supplements. Oh, that's not that. Here we go. Let's see. What else? Daily reminders for get a flu shot. Wear a mask when you go out. Vote. Black Lives Matter. Defund the police. Or abolish the police, I guess. I just take my anxiety this morning. See? This is what I'm here for. Reminding you to take your meds. Sadly, I'm eventually going to have to get a job, and I won't be able to stream at 2 in the afternoon and remind myself and everyone else to take meds, so I'll have to... Yay! Good job, Helena! Taking supplements and vitamin D is very important. I have to figure something out when I finally get employed and can't give daily reminders at 2 in the afternoon to take your meds. Now, though, let's see. Maybe I'll get like a late shift job and start streaming really early in the mornings or something. Hello, game. Would you like to come up and join us? Holmes, my dude. I clicked the thing, and so I can see it hovering there, but nothing shows up because it takes a few minutes to like think about it. It's like all that massive brain power. There we go. I'm gonna slide you guys in here so I don't accidentally knock you off. Alrighty. Alright, let's hop back into it. What the fuck were we doing? Okay, so we're gonna get changed and we're gonna go find... Bowling, the reporter. I can't remember if I'm already changed or not. Probably not. I am changed, okay. So you remind me when I take my meds. Thank you. Applied for a job yesterday. Hope I get it because it's cool. Nice. I vet tech school people. I was interested in taking care of on-campus animals next semester. Ooh, very nice. I am just applying to basically anywhere that I can, honestly.
I was going to the Central News Agency. I'm at the press agency where bullying works.
It's 10 o'clock at night? What the Holmes! People, sleep at night and work during the day. What do
you want? It would be very informative to search Bulling's desk before meeting him, but first I must get rid of this bothersome person, perhaps by offering him a scoop.
Do we have a scoop?
What do you want? It would be very informative to search...
Thank you.
I'm looking for Tom Bulling, the journalist.
He isn't here. He must be sleeping off somewhere. He gave me a tip. He wanted to save a scope for me. He always gets a good dirt, and yet when he comes in here, it's just to warm his behind. Look, he pulled his desk over the stove.
Listen, Scoop, I'm bringing it over. Only if Bulling isn't here, I'm leaving.
Wait, what's this scoop?
Bulling promised me a reward for info. There's a charlatan who does spiritualist seances that are a little bit special. He steals corpses from the morgue, puts makeup on them, dresses them up, and then uses them as puppets.
I'll give you your dues. We'll pay you if this info is true.
I'll write down the address of the hideout on the crook's leaflet, but the police will be in on this one, so you'd better get there in time.
Understood. I'll go alone. Too bad for Bulling.
Hey, you wouldn't have a little something in advance?
Look on Bulling's desk. I know that he always leaves a few coins around for his snitches. Cheers.
Watson won't be pleased that I'm divulging the case, but I don't see any other way.
Let's see. Job allowed for is 930 euros? Pounds? I have not watched Enola Holmes. 16 hours a week? Oh, well, it's... You know, everyone asks for, like, oh, you need to have X amount of experience. I'm like, do you really want that? Like, I've been hired with, like, 0 experience, so whatever.
A mirror.
Thank you, Holmes. Let's see. Mr. Moore, I have noticed that one of your employees, Thomas Bulling, arrived at the meeting in a state of inebriation. I must ask you to take care of your team's discipline. I know that you indulged the journalist given the explosive information that he manages to flesh out, but this behavior is unacceptable. This should not repeat itself, or I will hold you personally responsible. The assistant director.
Bulling's boss, Mr. Moore, seems to be protecting the journalist.
Okay, why was that written in cursive on a typewriter? Also, is that an actual, like, that doesn't look like an actual typewriter. Huh.
I would imagine these are compartments to organize the paper's incoming dispatches.
It's more than a job is fixing bicycles, but I'm not... Well, you know, that's easy. That feels like that's easy enough to pick up. That sounds really dismissive, but I mean, if you're good with, like, doing stuff with your hands and watching and learning that way, I feel like that should be a job where having someone there with their hands on and eager to learn is more valuable than having nobody.
I would imagine these are compartments to organize the paper's incoming dispatches.
I imagine so.
A telephone, a device that enables you to talk with anyone in London, provided the receiver has a telephone too. The fire has almost gone out, but the stove is still burning hot. This is Bulling's desk, the one closest to the stove. Some coins. I will take them. That will avoid suspicion if the journalist returns.
Nice.
A charred match. This may come in handy. These are Bulling's notes. They are of little interest at the moment, but one never knows.
Ugh. Permit me to defend myself against the slanderous accusations brought against me. You were not lied to regarding the facts. Mr. Bulling spends all of his time in the most odious of pubs, but I am only doing my work as a journalist. It is during these outings that I can find the best information, because I am thus in contact with the common man. Let me prove to you, dear boss, that I can bring to this agency what it deserves, the most extraordinary and most stimulating information for...
Even handwriting, yet fairly recognizable. The fire has almost gone out, but the stove is still burning hot. Bulling recently used the stove.
Good to know. Oh wait, hang on. Ha!
A torn piece of blotting paper. Curious. Curious. It looks like someone wanted to destroy this piece of blotting paper that had red ink on it. I can make out a few more letters, but backwards. I need something to help me.
Ah.
By putting this piece of blotting paper in front of the page, I can read what is written.
Information on the Whitechapel killer, call by telephone, WA.
Apparently, our journalist gets his information by telephone too. Sadly, the name's almost erased. If I telephone one of Bulling's contacts pretending to be his assistant, I might learn something of interest. This page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers.
But not the one we need. Oh. Huh. Maybe 1875?
Walesby 1875, an ingenious way to save his contact. Central, Walesby 1875, if you will. Thank you, I will wait.
Walesby, I am listening.
Hello, my dear man. I'm calling on behalf of Tom Bulling.
Bulling? So you know where this hypocrite, this liar, this...
Not at all. He is currently unobtainable. In the meantime, he has left me with a note asking me to pursue his work, and he told me that you were aware...
That's just great. I dropped everything off at his agency, but he didn't even bother to do the same for me. Tell me he at least gave you the information that I was asking in return.
I am ready, sir. I'm listening.
Do the police have a suspect for the bizarre theft of cigarettes and carrots that took place at the Commercial Street Market?
Let's see. Let's see. Scotland Yard.
I think, according to Bulling, that Inspector Lestrade's team is looking for a rabbit with a bad cough.
Ah, damned Bulling. One day he'll be in some serious trouble for mocking the police. And now, can you tell me, with regards to the parliamentary scandal, what did the head of the Whig Party respond to the Tories who were treating him as a great incompetent?
Terrific. Okay. The head of the Tories, he... Oh, wait, I can... Oh. I... Respond... Oh. What did the head of the Whig Party... Oh. I'll surely be your best representative?
According to Bulling, the head of the Whigs said, "Vote for me, I will be your best representative."
Good. That'll make for a good paper. There is one last question. According to a government social study, civil servants make the best husbands. Why?
Hopeful because part of the job is also encouraging people to ride bikes, and while I'm not very good at talking to crowds, I do have some experience talking to students. So as a peer mentor and anti-bullying investor. Oh, that's really cool. Let's see. Civil servants make the best husbands because when he comes from work, he comes from work. He is never tired and has already read the newspaper. I figure it's like a civil servant. How to finish it? No worries. I'm just trying to figure out what to say here. I'm not sure if it actually matters, but He comes from a work, a civil servant. He's never, I feel like it's like he is never tired and goes around in circles. Let's see. He... No, not that one. Okay.
I believe I can confirm that it is, because civil servants aren't tired and have already read
There
the
we go.
paper when they come home from work.
Very true. Good. It seems like Bulling has finally done his work.
As everything is all in order, can you now tell me
Huh.
where the information is that you sent to the agency?
Yes, there is a large brown envelope near the dispatch cabinet. It's in there that we exchange our tips with Bulling.
1,000 thanks. Goodbye, sir.
My salutations to Bulling.
I would imagine these are
Right.
There are several documents in this file. Let's see.
We're all positive here. I believe that you are a real human being who exists, and I also believe in your ability to get the bicycle fixing job. Spring-Heeled Jack, the Terror of London, fantastical character, first appearance 1837, associated with several suspicious muggings and robberies taking place in London. Oh, I probably ought to. All good. A description of diabolical appearance, bat swings, horns, blue flames coming out of his mouth and or eyes. That's why Spring-Heeled Jack's the recurring hero of a cheap fantasy.
I wonder why Bulling is studying this tale about Spring-Heeled Jack so meticulously.
Sorry, 1 second. Had to take meds. Alright. Terror of London, Spring-Heeled Jack, the Phantom Killer, the Butcher's Blade, the Whitechapel Butcher, Dr. Death, the London Ripper, the Bleeder, the Bloody Reaper. Ah.
What does that mean?
He's trying to come up with a nickname for the killer. Mr. Charles Moore, I thank you for this testimony of the Whitechapel Killer that you followed. Not easy authentication. Did not hand over to the press without my invitation. Thank you for your collaboration and your discretion. We won't forget this. Inspector Aveline.
Well, well, a piece of information about the murders transmitted exclusively to the police without informing the press. That has piqued my curiosity. Perhaps I should go to the police station to get more information.
Tom, about the letter. Given the thanks from Inspector Aberline, I think that they took the bait, even if they were defending themselves. Think of the second. We must be ready if he kills again. Either way, we must keep up the correspondence, be responsive. This idea will save us. We will get the information firsthand and we'll make history. But stay quiet and keep a low profile. I'm not really in the know, and you'll be the first one who gets it if there's trouble.
What does that mean? I've inspected everything, but there's no sign of Bulling. He must have dashed off to his HQ, the Wasp's Nest. However, before I go to see him, I should find out about this mysterious information. It could help me get something out of the journalist. To the police station, then.
I feel like they're getting letters from the supposed killer. Let's see. Every time he says bullying, I keep hearing bullying. It makes the sentence weird. Agents at BAU would feel very icky about giving the perp a... Oh, yeah.
Let's go to the police station.
I've seen those episodes. Yeah, whenever it's like people are writing down possible nicknames on, they're like, I'm trying to find the one that's like catchiest. And it's like, there are people dead. How do you know the difference between a physicist and an engineer? I'm afraid to ask. But yeah.
Let's go to the police station.
Come, back again, are we? Come this way, good man. The inspector has a few questions to ask you.
Uh-oh.
Here is the man, Inspector.
Congratulations, Humphreys. So, my lad, one would say that you owe us a bit of an explanation for having left something with us. What is your full name and profession?
Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective.
Well, how about that?
Mr. Holmes, can you explain this get-up, your presence in the neighbourhood despite my instructions, as well as this most opportune restitution of jewels?
Firstly, I should tell you that not being under your command, I never understood what you said as an order, but rather as advice. I thought I would be wise to follow them to a certain extent. I intended to explain the stolen goods sooner or later. My presence here will allow me to fill you in on a few conclusions that...
If it is in regard to the Whitechapel murders, it won't help us much. We have no doubt that we will be revealing the identity of the murderer to the people in the area in a day or two.
I'm impressed, Inspector, and I offer you my sincerest congratulations. Nonetheless, you should investigate a certain doctor.
Listen, Holmes, let us do our work. You've rid us of a great pain in the rear end by finding those jewels for us. It's weeks of work that you've saved us. But I think you're a little underqualified for a case like that of Jack the Ripper. Until it's over, I demand that you do not set foot in the area. Is that clear?
I take note of your advice, Inspector. You mentioned Jack the Ripper. Pardon me, but you know the name of the murderer?
Oh, it's from a letter that the Central News Agency sent our way. It was written by the killer. And even if it can't be proven, it must be recognised that the signature is striking. This information is confidential, and I would ask you to keep it to yourself, Holmes.
Can I have a little look? Out of mere curiosity, Inspector. Then I shall disappear.
Excuse me.
In that case, I don't see any objection.
Thank you so
sorry.
much.
I have heard that joke, and yeah, it only works in text. I don't have any... Where did I put my tissue box? Oh, it's way the fuck over there, isn't it? Oh, wait, no, it's way the fuck over here. Eee. Ugh. I live. Okay. Sure, patron. I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me? Just yet. I've laughed when they look so clever and talk about being on the night track. Sorry, the right track. That joke about leather aprons gave me real fits. I am down on whores, and I shan't quit nipping them till I do get buckled? I hate reading cursive. Yep. Unionized or unionized. Let's see. Till I do get buckled. Grand work the last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and want to start again. You will soon hear of me with my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue and I can't use it. Red ink is fit enough, I hope. Haha. The next job I do shall clip the lady's ears off and send to the police officers just for jolly. Just for jolly, wouldn't you? Keep this letter back till I do a bit more work, then give it out straight. My knife's so nice and sharp, I want to get to work right away if I get a chance. Good luck, yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Don't mind me giving the trade name. Yep. P.S. Good enough to post this before I got all the red ink off my hands. Wasn't good enough to post this before I got all the red ink off my hands. Curse it. No luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. Haha. Interesting.
Me? Not up to discovering who Jack the Ripper is? Well, we'll soon find out, won't we, Inspector Aberline? I know who wrote the Dear Boss letter signed Jack the Ripper that Inspector Aberline gave me, and, above all, I now know why. This Tom Bulling was inspired by this fantastical character to build a myth out of the Whitechapel killer. Perhaps he would be receptive if I shared my discovery about him and prevent him from accusing Squippy. I must find him at once. My best bet would be to try my luck at the pub.
Pissed off Holmes now. I like that he has he's got kind of an arrogant, prideful streak. It's like, yeah, he can back it up with evidence, but, or he can back it up with, But it's still just nice that he's like, oh, of course, I absolutely will not get involved. And then he's just like behind their backs like, fuck you, plebeians! I'll do as I please!
Ah, Holmes, I got your message, and here I am.
Wait 1 second. I'm trying to clean off a corner of my screen. There we go. Alright.
Perfect, Watson. That oaf Bluto is looking for us with evil intentions, and he may be hiding here. I will try to get more information inside. You, Watson, will be our lookout, and at the slightest suspicious sound, do not hesitate to call the constable on his rounds.
Yes, sir?
Good evening, Mr. Bully.
We know each other?
No, however, I have some information that may be of interest to you.
Talk, my friend. A pint for you if what you say is worth something. Does it have to do with the Whitechapel murders?
Indeed, I know the identity of the man who wrote a letter to the police, a letter entitled Dear Boss, in which the author claims to be the Whitechapel murderer and is signed Jack the Ripper.
What?
It's a journalist who was inspired by Spring-Heeled Jack in order to strengthen the credibility and the seriousness of his agency. This new Jack will give him some first-hand information that he, in turn, will dole out sparingly to the authorities, as well as some carefully distilled indiscretions that the big papers will come to beg of him. He plays both sides off against one another and becomes the chief orchestrator of the rumor. He wrote this letter in this very spot, and he has red ink on his fingers. Like you.
What exactly are you after, my friend?
You've been threatening a certain Squibby to distribute a telegram naming him as a possible suspect in these murders in revenge for an old feud. I would suggest you don't write this note, and that you leave Squibby alone.
I'd forgotten about the existence of that rapscallion. I threw that at him when I was visiting the station to get the dope. You should have seen his face.
You must also stop sending these letters that waste the authorities' precious time.
Right, well, I don't even know what you're talking about. I have a great relationship with the Bobbies. Just ask around. I don't have to answer to nobody. Now leave me alone.
Farewell, sir.
Good riddance.
Alright, dang.
Hey, you wouldn't be the gas man that Bluto's looking for.
Don't know him.
Use knife on man. Do I have knife? I owe you? What?
I have nothing further to say. Leave me alone.
Okay. Knife?
I have nothing
No.
further.
Let's hurry to the police station, Watson. We are close to our goal. Squibby will be able to reveal what he knows about Tumblety.
It's...
Squibby! So that's it. You're a free man again. We were just coming to the station to find you.
Yeah, the Bobbies agreed to let me go, and I came to see Bluto before ferreting you out. So, you've seen the newspaper man?
Yes, he is in the pub and everything is taken care of, but I'm waiting to hear what you have to say about Dr. Tumblety.
Okay, but we have to be quick. One night, I goes to see Bluto in his hideout that ain't far from the boarding house where this Tumblety bloke has a room. I see him coming in too. He must have been on one real binge. To the point, the Tumblety fella was there, and he smiles at me, all nice like. He tells me he's a great Yankee doctor, but my business interests him. I'm interested, I tell him, but I'm not the type to just jump right in without getting to know a person, see? He invites me around to his room to talk business, just him and me. We empty a bottle or two, and all of a sudden, like, he wants to show me what he's got in this big trunk that he always carts around places. I just about vomited, see? In these jars, just like pickles, you know, there were pieces of meat. And he whispers that it's the lady bits of some old dames. He called them peckymins. I call them love killers, I would. Yuck! After that, he starts to go on about rich folk. They ain't nothing but dogs, and I won't tell you the worst of it. Then he comes all close to me and puts his sweaty hand on my leg. He was one of them types. Not me. I don't wait a second before I give him a good thrashing. and I start running and let go of him, and he still wants to see me again just to talk business. But then I had to do time, so business.
Do you know where he can be found?
Why, ain't he in his digs? Maybe he got to liking life behind bars too. I heard that in some jobs there's a way to.
Thank you for your information, and we'll meet again, my friend. Here is the sum I promised to get you out of London.
Ciao, fella. I've just got a little score to settle with Bluto, and I'm heading for the country.
Lipski!
What? What?
My dear Watson, we must strike while the iron is hot. We have avoided meeting Dr. Tumblety until now. The time has come to do so.
Do you have an opinion, Holmes?
We must assure ourselves that the factor collector of female organs and a murderer who removes said organs are resident in the same area at the same time is nothing more than coincidence.
Really?
I thought that you wouldn't bring me back your keys. It's you, Mr. Holmes. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Indeed, it is I again. One of your tenants left without returning his keys?
Yes, it's Dr. Tumblety whom we spoke about. Shortly after your last visit here, some constables came and asked me a few questions regarding him. Barely had they left than the doctor came barreling around a street corner and rushed up into his room upstairs. A little while afterwards, while I was tidying, I heard a thud in his room and a rush down the stairs. He left with most of his bags, but without returning his keys. You can go up and see if you wish. The door is still open.
Well, fuck. I might say here, the other stream is bigger, so I wouldn't really be able to talk to the streamer if I wanted to. And they'll upload the stream to YouTube tomorrow anyway. Fair enough. Which door is his? This one? This one.
Careful, Watson. Do not walk around here until I've inspected these marks.
I know, Holmes, I know. I understand your methods. Ah, you have your rule and magnifying glass. I thought that you had forgotten them, Holmes.
I never forget the essentials, my dear Watson. Size 13. Right foot, light trails. The man was running. Right foot, light trails. The man was running.
See my chat. Oh, yes, sorry, Squibby was, so this kind of theme is a little less straightforward, I guess. You know what? I forgot that a fire was happening a few games ago.
This isn't water. Going by its sticky texture and odor, I'd say we're dealing with formalin. These are the footprints of a tall man who had recently stepped in formalin and who left this room in a hurry.
Well, can I walk on it and enter the room now, Holmes?
Squibby was in... There's so much going on, I'm trying to remember.
These footprints are the same as those found in front of the door.
Someone who informed on his criminal friend, and like there was this whole line of things. We needed to talk to him essentially because he knew about Dr. Oh, that's an...
There are a few pieces of a large glass jar in this puddle. The man who left the footprints on the ground must have walked in it while fleeing. These footsteps must be those of Squibby. He must have hit Tumblety, who dropped one of his jars.
And he ran out. Elementary, Holmes.
What?
Perfect, Watson.
Wait, I thought Squibby hadn't seen him for a while, though. Doesn't it make sense that this would be Tumblety?
Going by its size, this enormous trunk must be a wardrobe. These brackets are rather unusual. What do you think, Watson?
Let's see, Holmes. These are the names of the battles from the American Civil War.
Oh, please tell me I'm not supposed to know these. Fuck. 0904 1865 Bottoms Courthouse.
I am under the impression that the dates written correspond to the battles, Holmes, but one is missing.
Excuse me. I don't fucking know. Why is the main flag there? You know, I have no idea. How the fuck am I supposed to figure that out? Am I supposed to just know that? I don't fucking know the dates of fucking battles and do not understand how you find yourself in this situation. Your passionate discussions on the legitimacy of this war should have convinced more than one. I still remember when you imitated him during that meeting. You struck that very characteristic pose and you exclaimed, "Vicksburg is the key. The war can never be brought to a close until that key is in our pocket." We all applauded. I'm sure that even Lincoln himself would have applauded. During these dark hours, it was rare to have the occasion to laugh. So many deaths ending with our much-loved president killed by this coward and left to join those of the victory at Gettysburg, who courageously fell so that the next day the key would be in our pocket. Yay, Google time.
If this letter is addressed to him, it would appear our doctor is a veteran of the American Civil War. Vicksburg is the key. Now, that is interesting.
Dear Francis, it is impossible for us to meet again. I am feeling terrible as pursuing our relationship further would put both my marriage and my reputation in danger. I must return to that life of love, fleeting and physical, in which a few coins to these young men assures corporal peace and anonymity. These growing feelings that I have for you can make me scared, and I would prefer to shun this passion for the fear that it may never leave me. Perhaps we shall cross paths again one day in a discreet location where like-minded men meet. I know that you frequent them regularly. You never hide yourself. For my part, I will spend more time with my wife and girls in order to find the serenity. And I hope to throw the veil of oblivion over our passionate embraces. All the best, Charles. Ouch. My dear Francis, it is in putting aside our common past and thus as a friend that I am sending you these words. I have learned from some mutual friends of your recent trouble with the law. You should be more careful. England has nothing in common with the Wild West, but her seedy areas can be just as dangerous. Your attraction to young rogues will cost you dearly one of these days, whether it be at the end of an alley or on the benches of a jury. A man of your quality and fortune does not have to frequent the hovels and bring his pistol with him everywhere. Yeah, sorry. It is not necessary to use violence to find partners, unless this violence pleases you. Certain circles that we used to frequent are still open to you. Take advantage of this healthy and respectable company, rather than demeaning yourself with these destitute lads. And pray, get rid of that god-awful chest. Who knows what the people to whom you show while bragging must think and speak of it. The man you once loved, Henry.
This Dr. Tumblety seems to be attracted to men more than women. That much is clear. So, the doctor has a handgun, and he would use it to restrain young men, perhaps.
Cool. I have no idea what it is.
Going by its size, this enormous...
Excuse me.
Let's see. 5 latches, each fitted with a 6-number combination system.
Okay. I assume this is the latest one? Oh wait, no. 9. Wait, 6. No. What? Shit. So 6, 8? This case is a weirdly complex lock. Yeah, it's like, okay, I know you have to put in puzzles, but what the fuck? Let's see. List of Civil War battles. Okay. Let's see. Civil War battle, Fort Sumter. Actually, hang on. I think I still have the walkthrough up. It'd make more sense if it was a single 6-number lock and you had to search nearby books for the number or something. Recognition. Enter the dates of the battles on the left side of the location of the battle. And then the flags and victory. Wait, did these change? No, okay. What? Okay. Names of American Civil War battles, flags, and uniforms. At the bottom are dates. The aim of the puzzle is to enter the dates of the battles on the left side of the location of the battle, and the flags and victor of that battle. When the correct date, flag, and uniform are entered, the bar at the right is pulled back. That is a lot. Well, I think you're supposed to
Going by its size.
Thank you. Okay. This is July 4th. Okay. So we're missing the actual date of victory, which is the 4th of July, apparently. Okay, maybe there's, touch watch. Oh, okay. I was wondering if there's maybe, like, is this something I actually just have to look up? Because that's gonna, like, fucking... Spanish Republic flag will be chronologically after the Spanish monarchist flag. Do I have any? You know, you're allowed to have interests in, like, niche things. Well, niche. You're allowed to have interests in different things. A flag geek.
Going by its size, this enormous...
I feel like we are actually just supposed to Google it. Which is like, okay, that's fine. Civil War, battle, Vicksburg. July 4th, 1863. So it's day, month, and then year. So, 04, 06. Oh shit. 04, 06. 63. Yeah? What? What? Womst. Oh wait, no, it's 7. I'm just gonna use the walkthrough because what the fuck? Uh, 03, 07. Oh wait, no, it's supposed to be 07. 03, 07, 63. I don't really understand what the fuck the flags are supposed to... I guess it's that one. Okay. 2. One flag is of the First Spanish Republic, the other is the Second Spanish Republic. I mean, I believe you, I just don't understand the point of them. Okay. 05. Okay, sometimes these are wonky as hell. 6. 3. Cool. Okay. 1. 709. 6 2. 1204.
Elementary.
Uh-oh. Oops, I broke the textures.
This is dreadful, Holmes. This trunk contains 4 jars in which organs are floating.
Watson, can you tell me at a glance what these organs are?
I would say that they are parts of female reproductive organs.
Are these specimens fresh?
No, and I am quite certain of it. From the colour and appearance, I'd say these organs have been in these jars for several months, if not years.
Let's go to Baker Street.
Okay, just keep in female...
Is there someone here?
Yes.
What's going on, Finley? You seem to be in a panic.
The 2 police officers wanted to know if someone suspicious had entered. The Whitechapel killer has struck again, and if I understood correctly, he killed 2 women in the past few hours.
Where?
I don't know. The police didn't tell me anything.
Quick, Holmes. We must catch up with them.
Certainly not, Watson. Mr. Finley, do you know if the doctor had any other pieces of luggage up there apart from this trunk?
1 or 2, I think.
Do you take care of the doctor's laundry?
My wife does laundry for the tenants once a week. The sheets likewise.
Would you be kind enough to let us know as soon as possible if the doctor shows up again?
Certainly. I'm just worried that he won't be back, you see, and I'm annoyed about my keys.
Holmes, I don't follow. The Whitechapel killer is, at this very moment, very close by, and we are just staying put, twiddling our thumbs.
The Whitechapel killer has always been nearby, and what will we do? Go back to the scene of the crime or crimes and mix with the onlookers and trample the crime scenes even more? No, our time will come. Let's return to Baker Street.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home.
Oh, okay.
We were less than 200 feet away from the first victim a few minutes before she was murdered. We might even have heard the murderer's voice. And we haven't done a thing for the past week.
You're the one not doing anything, Watson. For my part, I had been working, and as you know, I've made good use of this week by tracking down and verifying all of the solid facts on these 2 murders to write up the notes that are on my desk, read them over again, and try to gain a bit of perspective.
Okay. Note on the murder of Liz Stride at Datfield's Yard. Certain information that I have collected must be verified. Liz Stride, nicknamed Long Liz, 45 years old, height 5'5", 5 feet 5 inches, occasional prostitute. She lived for the past 3 years in a stormy relationship with a certain Kidney, a waterside laborer, 36 years of age, whom she left a few days earlier. She charged him with assault, but failed to appear in court, and the case was thrown out. The victim was discovered dead by one Louis Diemschutz at 1 o'clock in the morning on September 30th. The man's first thought was to verify if his wife in the building next door was still alive before sounding the alarm. The 2 doctors who came at the police's request to the scene of the crime in the moments after the discovery of the corpse put the time of death after 12:46 a.m. Cause of death, hemorrhage due to a throat injury. The weapon was a small knife with a large blunt end. The verification of this statement is necessary. Could this wound have been caused by another tool? I mean, I want to watch The Great Mouse Detective. Oh, yeah. That's probably one of the better Sherlock Holmes adaptations. Neither the body nor the clothes were damaged, soiled, or disturbed by the killer. The right hand was open, stained with blood, and resting on the chest. The left hand was on the ground, partially closed, holding a packet of pastille. The location of the discovery was a courtyard called Jetfield's Yard, whose doors lead into Berners Street in Whitechapel. The victim was found stretched out on the ground a few inches from the wall of one of the buildings served by this courtyard, the International Working Men's Club. This association, composed mainly of Jews originally from Russia and Poland, were organizing a conference that night on the subject, Why Should Jews Be Socialists?, presided by Mr. Morris Eagle. The meeting ended around 11:30 p.m., but many members remained to debate and sing within the premises of the association. An American present that evening declared to have been in the courtyard at 12:20 a.m. and went into the street and didn't see anything unusual. He then returned back inside the club, but his estimation of time spent outside is approximate at best. 2 witnesses were quoted by the press: Constable Smith, who was doing his rounds in the area on the night in question, and a Hungarian by the name of Schwartz, who made his statement at the police station accompanied by an interpreter because he does not speak English. The transcription of these statements by the press should be treated with caution. It would be advisable, if at all possible, to consult the exact content. Observe the clothing worn by the victim as well as her possession at the time of the discovery of the body. Clothing: long, black cloth cloth jacket. Fur trimmed around the bottom with a red rose and white maidenhair or urn pinned to it. Black skirt. Black crepe bonnet. Checkered neck scarf knotted on left side. Dark brown velveteen bodice. 2 light serge petticoats. 1 white chemise. White stockings. Spring-sided boots. 2 handkerchiefs. One is noticed to have fruit stains on it. A thimble. A piece of wool wound around a card. In the pocket in her underskirt, a key, a small piece of lead pencil, 6 large and 1 small button, a comb, broken piece of comb, a metal spoon, a hook, as from a dress, a piece of muslin, 1 of 2 small pieces of paper. Oh, Lord, have mercy on my soul. Note on the murder of Catherine Eddowes. Catherine Eddowes, 46 years old, height 5 feet, occasional prostitute. She had a regular relationship for 7 years with one John Kelly, a man of no regular employment and about the same age as the victim. The victim was found dead at 1:44 a.m. on September 30th by P.C. Watkins, who was on his rounds. He secured the area by calling to the watchman of the warehouse located some feet from the crime scene. According to the doctor who arrived at the scene at 2:18 a.m., the victim had just been dead for a half hour. Unlikely, but we know from experience how hard it is to precisely establish the time of death when the corpse has been very mistreated. Cause of death: hemorrhage due to the throat wound. The medical examiner also confirmed that, additionally, the extractions committed on the corpse were done post-mortem by a right-handed man possessing a long-bladed knife. The victim was subject to numerous mutilations. The victim was found stretched out in a dark corner of Meter Square, notorious meeting spot for prostitutes and their clients because of its remote, poorly lit location. It should be noted that the victim was freed from the Bishopgate Street Police drunk tank at 1 o'clock in the morning. Meter Square was visited at 1:30 a.m. by P.C. Watkins, coming from Meter Street at 1:42 a.m. by P.C. Harvey, coming from Church Passage. The 2 police constables didn't see anything suspicious in the area, but it should be noted that P.C. Harvey didn't enter into Meter Square, unlike P.C. Watkins. The watchman who came to lend a hand to Watkins at the time of the discovery of the body had been awakened during the time of the crime. His door is located a few feet from the spot where the victim was dying and didn't hear anything until the police's call. Firstly, we must note that the clothing worn by Catherine Eddowes are very characteristic. I think in particular the patterned green chintz skirt, as well as the white men's vest. A few of her possessions, including the thimble, were found around the corpse. The white apron was found on the corpse with a part missing. Thus, this missing part, previously re-sewn, thus ensuring authenticity, was found at 2:55 a.m. on the night of the murder by P.C. Alfred Long, who states that the object wasn't there at his preceding patrol at 2:20 a.m. The piece of bloody apron was found in the entrance hall leading to the stairs of 108 to 119 Wentworth Model Dwellings on Colston Street. At the right of the entrance, just above the apron, was found the following inscription in chalk: "The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. The Wentworth Model Dwellings building being almost exclusively occupied by Israelites and Colston Street being the site of a very popular, much frequented market, he decided to erase the inscription before the day broke. Kate Eddowes' belongings. Wearing at the time of her murder. Black straw bonnet trimmed in green and black velvet with black beads. Black strings worn tied to the head. Black cloth jacket trimmed around the collar and cuffs with imitation fur and around the pockets in black silk braid and fur. Large metal buttons. Dark green chintz skirt, 3 flounces, brown button on waistband. The skirt is patterned with Michaelmas daisies and golden lilies. Man's white vest, matching buttons down the front. Brown linsey bodice, black velvet collar with brown buttons down the front. Grey stuffed petticoat and with white waistband. Very old green alpaca skirt worn as undergarment. Very old rugged blue skirt with red flounces, light twill lining worn as undergarment. White calico chemise. Part of men's lace-up boots, mohair laces. Pair of. Right boot repaired with red thread, 1 piece of red gauze silk worn as a neckerchief, 1 large white pocket handkerchief, 1 large white cotton handkerchief with red and white bird's eye border, 2 unbleached calico pockets, tape strings, 1 blue striped bed ticking pocket, brown ribbed knee stockings darned with white cotton. Possessions: 2 small blue bags, 2 short black clay pipes, 1 tin box containing tea, 1 tin box containing sugar, 1 tin matchbox empty, 12 pieces white rag, 1 piece coarse linen, white, 1 piece of blue and white shirting, 3-cornered, 1 piece red flannel with pins and needles, 6 pieces soap, 1 small tooth comb, 1 white handled table knife, and 1 metal spoon, 1 red leather cigarette case with white metal fittings, 1 ball hemp, 1 piece of old white apron with repair, several buttons and a thimble, mustard tin containing 2 pawn tickets, 1 in the name of Emily Burrell, 52 Whites Row, dated August 31st, 9D, for a man's flannel shirt. The other is in the name of Jane Kelly of 6 Dorset Street and dated September 28th, 2S, for a pair of men's boots. Both addresses are false. Printed handbill, portion of a pair of spectacles, 1 red mitten.
I have read and reread them. But give me something to do then. A task where I can get stuck in, because...
Find me a slaughterhouse that will give us exclusive use of its block for an hour. And find me, in your opinion, which common animal shares the most characteristics with humans from a physiological point of view?
Pig?
I don't even know why I asked that question. Pray, find a dozen fresh pig's heads, Watson. Not big heads, I prefer small ones.
Sows?
That's it, Watson. As soon as you have done that, let me know. I request that you search in Whitechapel. Who knows, perhaps you will learn something about where Dr. Tumblety may be hiding. There is also no shortage of slaughterhouses and pig's heads in those parts.
Sherlock, my dude, you're a weird guy. Yep. Alright, the guy at the pet shop used
What
to
a
be
ridiculous idea to have asked Holmes for something to do. Where on earth am I going to find what he wants? Perhaps that kind Lucy will be able to help me.
Okay, I'll go to Lucy's place.
I must go to Miss Bella's. I must go to Miss Bella's.
Huh.
Good evening, Lucy. But is something wrong?
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Yes, it's my uncle. He's no longer with us.
Please accept my condolences, miss.
Thank you, Doctor. But why are you here? Can I help you?
My request may sound rather strange, but do you know if there is a butcher's or slaughterhouse in the area where pigs are killed?
Yes, Fletcher's the man. He was a regular client, owner of a little butcher's shop not far. But Miss Bella didn't want him to come, as long as he didn't treat his awful sickness.
Can you point to his shop on my map?
Certainly.
Do you know anything about the 2 latest murders?
Oh, goodness me, no. All the girls in the neighbourhood are terrified. Who will be next? That's what everyone is asking.
Goodbye, Lucy.
Until next time, perhaps, Doctor.
Excuse me.
Ah, there's Fletcher's butcher shop. Closed due to illness. If the proprietor is ill, the butcher's block is probably not being used. Perhaps I can use it. Now, where could a sick butcher have got to?
Home? Oh, the clinic.
Yes, if Fletcher is ill, he should be here.
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Dr. Gibbons. I have come to see you because I was wondering if, by any chance, you happen to have a patient by the name of Fletcher, a butcher who would have relinquished his shop due to illness. An illness caught during nocturnal encounters, if you catch my drift.
Fletcher is one of the regulars at the clinic. Mercury treatment against syphilis. A night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury. He left London a fortnight ago for the fresh country air. Why is he of interest to you?
Oh, no reason. I'm more interested in using his shop, only for an hour or so. Would he have left his keys with family in the area?
He has none left, but he must have left Hardiman, the cat's meat seller, to oversee his shop. They're in business. They're good friends.
Do you know where he can be found?
No, but wander around the neighbourhood and listen for his beeps. He often passes in front of the clinic. Besides...
Who's attacked by werewolves? That's... Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's her.
It's me that you're looking for, sweetheart.
Actually, no. I am looking for the cat food seller, Hardiman.
Hardiman? Poor Hardiman? It isn't quitting time for him yet. That gives me some time to wander the streets before he shows up, and with him all the cats hereabouts.
Do you know where he lives?
Sure. And for a copper, I might even tell you.
Here are a few coins.
You're too kind, Governor. Well, these days I knows that he lives with his mammy on Hanbury Street, in the same place where Dark Annie bled to death.
Why did you call him poor Hardiman?
Bah, he's in grieving, of course. Just a few weeks ago he lost his wife, and 3 months before that his girl, poor fella. He was in tatters, even came to cry on my shoulder, believe it or not.
Well, I must leave you. I must go to Hanbury Street.
Hanbury Street. That was in over here, wasn't it?
This is the building in which poor Annie Chapman was killed.
Beep beep. Beep beep.
Hello, are you Mr. Hardiman?
That's me.
I am Dr. Watson. I have come to see you about Fletcher's shop. I would like to use it for an hour or two, if you have the keys and your rates are reasonable.
Do you want to operate on someone in the butcher's?
Not at all. One of my friends needs it to prepare pig's heads.
Well, why not? Fletcher certainly wouldn't mind, but there's a problem.
You don't have the keys.
A problem? How so?
This morning, the neighbour above broke his key in the door. The old boy must have already had a drink.
So?
Well, I tried my best to unjam it with Fletcher's spare key, which is pretty thin, and bam, that one broke too.
Hard luck. But if you have the end of the broken key, perhaps it can be fixed.
It must still be upstairs. I didn't pick it up. Fletcher has a key too, so I didn't think it was a problem. Fancy if I just had another key with a simpler blade, I could copy it. I'm great at odd jobs.
Fine, I will try to find all of that. Well, see you later then.
Goodbye, sir.
Okay. Where the hell am I supposed to go then?
I have no reason to go that way.
Alright, where am I going then? Wait. Oh wait, there he is.
No, it would be better not to insist.
Okay.
I have no reason to go that way.
Well, then where am I going? London Hospital.
Why in the Lord's name would I go there?
I don't fucking know, Watson. Where? Okay, wait. Okay.
Oh, no. But what a... Ah, how dreadful.
Kebabs, the same as Hardiman's. So he prepares his meat here.
My word. These are innards. This bag contains butcher's equipment.
Yeah, he's a... What the fuck are you talking about? He's a butcher!
Where can I find a key with a simpler blade? On a worthless door, perhaps.
Ugh. That was a bit more disorienting than I was expecting. Uh-huh.
This key was left inadvertently. Indeed, there is nothing terribly precious inside. But what a stench.
Oh, it's an outhouse, isn't it?
Have you found everything on? There you go. I think you'll manage with all of this.
I'm sure I will, sir. It won't take me long.
Say, I think there's some of your business upstairs.
Oh, you're right. I ain't had the time to sort it out. Sometimes I'm in such a hurry to prepare my meat that I forget to clean up.
But why do it in the stairwell?
Offal bleeds bucket loads, they do, as you've seen. Now, why would I do that in my own lodgings?
Ah, of course. But what about your poor neighbours?
They owe it to me, all the times I've helped them out. And I don't have a shop either.
Say, you sell animal meat, isn't that right? Would you know where I could find a dozen small pig's heads?
The guy who gets me my offal should have some.
I'll pay your day's wages if you meet me at Fletcher's butcher shop in 2 hours with the pig's heads. Here's a little advance.
I'll do my best, Doctor.
The caretaker of another building told us that the place where your mother lives has a reputation for facilitating prostitutes' activities. Is that true?
Sure, the doors are never closed. They come through here like it's Paddington Station.
By the way, I heard about your loss. My condolences.
Ta, sir. I saw them die slow deaths. My little girl, her face was eaten by the disease.
Thank you, my friend, and please forgive me for bringing up such painful memories.
Go, I must do my rounds, and I will look for what you've asked for.
As for me, I will go and find Holmes, and we will go to the butcher's together. Let's return to Fletcher's butcher shop.
Okay.
Your heads are on the block inside. Say, you wouldn't be the same chap who bought my whole load the other day.
It's possible, but if you want to continue to do business together, you mustn't speak of my presence in the area to anyone.
Don't worry, my lord. I'll be as quiet as a church mouse.
It's very precariously balanced. Ooh, okay.
Holmes, will you explain the reason and rhyme behind this masquerade?
Elementary. We shall conduct an experiment that will allow us to answer a simple question. Does the type of weapon used by the killer correspond to a specific profession?
Oh boy.
And here are our sow's heads. Congratulations, Watson.
You're welcome, Holmes, but what do you really want to do? Take up a collection?
Amnesia all over again, you know?
There is nothing further to find in this room, Watson. However, I need some knives. Our only hope is behind this door. There is nothing further to find. I need something.
Oil, I'm guessing.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
Ah. A wheel. Bring their own knives. Apparently not. I mean... Do I need to go?
I need more information.
Okay.
I need something.
What am I able to interact with?
I need something.
Thank you.
This wheel is broken and...
Yes, thank you, Holmes.
This wheel is broken and...
Okay.
There, this door is slightly raised.
Oh. What?
There is nothing further to find in this room, what? There is nothing further to find in this room. Elementary. While I prepare our experiment, could you find me 2 knives?
That is...
A small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife, with a large, sharp blade. We'll need it to separate the bones and to cut through the thick skins. Then find me a long knife that's at least 13 inches long, no shorter, that's sharp and has a thick blade.
Fine, Holmes, but I'd like to tell you about Hardiman. Do you know that he prepares his kebabs himself, and...
That he owns butcher's tools and uses offal? That's obvious, Watson. Pray, take my magnifying glass and my rule and get started, Watson. Find me these 2 knives.
Let's see. Small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife, with a large, sharp blade.
Thanks to the magnifying glass, I can find a small knife that matches Holmes's description. With the rule, I must find a large knife.
I'm guessing this one?
I am in need of something.
Not this one. Okay. This one?
I am in need of something. I am in need of something.
Fuck. You need to bring both knives at the same time. Do I? Oh, wait, did you say 2 separate knives? I thought it was just 1. Oh, then a long knife that's at least 13 inches long and sharp as a thick blade. Okay. I feel like that one and 13 inches. That's like 12-ish?
Size, 11 inches.
Okay.
Size, 13 inches. Size, 6.5 inches. Size, 6 inches. Size, 7 inches. Size, 7 inches.
Okay.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Fuck. Alright, I'm guessing this is the one that's wrong. A large sharp blade. I'm not sure how to tell it's supposed to be sharp, other than I guess some of these are very obviously dull, but... I think the pocket knife is the middle top left. This one? Or... Okay. Okay, we're gonna put that one back, and then it's slightly larger than this one, we'll say. So that's about 6 inches. Oh wait, no, then that would be that one. Okay.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Fucking goddamn it.
No, Holmes only needs 2 knives.
Outstanding. Put this one back.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Fucking goddamn it. Yep. I didn't think this one was sharp. Hang on, put this one. Fine, we'll try that one.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Fucking goddamn it! There we go.
Here are the knives you asked for. Be careful, they're awfully sharp. Holmes, I must say that this experiment is making me rather uneasy. Comparing animal heads to these poor women.
You're right, Watson, but this somewhat shocking experiment may help to end this massacre and save other victims.
Yep.
You can be sure of that. Look, these pigs' heads are still bloody, which will suit our experiment perfectly. I have a pocket knife and a scalpel with me. With the 2 knives you just brought me, we have a similar array of weapons as those probably used by the killer. We saw 3 types of throat wounds on the deceased attributed to this man. Those intended to slit the throat, those intended to decapitate, and the more superficial yet mortal wound that led to the death of the unfortunate victim in Dutfield's yard, Miss Stride.
No worries.
With the help of these 4 knives, we are going to try to recreate these wounds on the pigs' heads and see what we can establish about the weapon or weapons used. We may also be able to rule out Miss Stride as a victim of the killer of the other 3.
Let's see. That one I think was not very clear. Let's see. Select the right knife or knives. Okay. How? Oh, okay. Maybe? No. What? The help of your 4 knives try to reproduce pig's head. Once you selected 1 or several knives for each wound. Okay. Let's go. Oh wait,
Let's
here we
try
go.
to use these weapons on this head to obtain a large deep wound to the throat, like those that were noted on 3 of the 4 victims.
Let's see. I think. That looks similar, doesn't it?
This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade.
Okay.
Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
I feel like that's similar.
This knife with a long blade easily slices the flesh, but cannot dislocate the vertebrae. Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given. The scenario in question is that of Dutfield's yard.
No,
In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife's blade, I can scrape the skin.
no, that's way too
This
thin.
particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with 1 quick slice. In using the cutting edge of
Okay. I would guess this.
this particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with 1 quick slice.
Yeah?
Let's try to use these weapons.
Okay, reset. I think it's.
This little knife is very sharp and...
Oh, maybe it's this one.
Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh.
I think it's... I guess it's the bigger one.
Look, Watson, this knife... Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
Though...
Look,
Yeah.
Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
Okay, so not that one.
This knife with a long blade easily slices the flesh, but cannot dislocate the vertebrae.
Okay. What?
Let's try to use these weapons on this head to obtain a large deep wound to the throat, like those that were noted on 3 of the 4 victims.
Large deep wound.
Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh.
Okay.
This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade. This pocket knife is very sharp, but its blade is too thin. The wound is too shallow.
Okay.
Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh.
Okay, so I think it's this one.
Let's try to decapitate our victim.
Charming.
Okay, I think that one.
Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given. The scenario in question is that of Dutfield's yard.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, Watson, the blade sinks easily into the flesh. In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife's blade, I can scrape the skin.
Okay, but that doesn't go into the flesh easily.
This particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with one quick slice. It cuts through the flesh easily as the blade is so sharp.
So I guess it's that one on all of them, isn't it? Maybe? Hello? How do I... Okay, now what? Hang on. To the walkthrough! Okay. Oh, okay. It's apparently...
Let's try to use these weapons. This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade.
Okay.
Let's try to use these weapons on...
Alright.
This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade.
Yep.
This pocket knife is very sharp, but its blade is too thin.
Okay. Not you.
The wound is too shallow. Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh.
Okay, so... Those two.
Let's try to decapitate...
Charming.
Alright.
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
Oh wait, no, actually.
The blade of this pocket knife...
Okay.
With a scalpel, the wound is too shallow.
Okay.
This knife with a long blade...
Okay. So it's 1 and 4 again.
Let's see if these knives can inflict a... Look, Watson, the blade sinks easily into the flesh.
Okay.
In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife,
Not deep enough.
this particularly sharp blade can...
Okay.
It cuts through the flesh easily as the blade...
Okay. Okay. Oh, the ones that didn't manage to do
Let's
so.
try
so.
to decapitate our victim.
Charming.
Knowing that he didn't manage it, so. Okay. And then experiment.
Let's see if these knives...
Okay, superficial. What? Hold on.
Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given. The
I wonder
scenario in
if,
question... Let's try to use these weapons. Let's try to use these weapons.
Okay, even following the,
Let's see if these knives can...
Okay. I can't... Hey, let me put it in the... Wait, maybe I'm supposed to...
Let's try to use these weapons.
Oh, wait.
This little knife is very sharp. This pocket knife is very sharp. The wound is too shallow. This pocket knife is very
Yes, thank
sharp.
you. Shush.
The wound is too shallow. Look, Watson, this knife
Oh,
easily
I have to-
penetrates the flesh. Elementary, elementary.
Okay.
Let's
So
try to decapitate our...
Charming.
Look, Watson, this little knife... The blade of this pocket knife...
It's like, it's... I kind of see what they're going for, but Jesus.
With a scalpel, the wound is... This knife with a long... Elementary. Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation...
Alrighty.
Look, Watson, the blade sinks... In using the cutting edge of... This particularly sharp blade can... Elementary. That's it, Watson, the big knife. With respect to the opinion of the medical examiners who noted that a butcher's knife with a long blade would have caused the eviscerations on some of the victims, we can assume, Watson, that he only used this type of weapon as it is capable of inflicting all of the wounds displayed. Furthermore, the Dutfield's Yard murder remains attributable, for the moment, to the Whitechapel killer, if we are able to explain why the murderer used his knife in a different manner. Why not go there now? We will try to reenact the killer's actions that night. Our first objective will be to clarify, one way or another, the statements of Constable Smith, as well as this Hungarian by the name of Schwartz. We must also try to find out more about the International Working Men's Educational Club, underneath which the murder took place, perhaps at the Wasp's Nest.
Yes, let's go to Dutfield's Yard or wherever, but quickly. I am in urgent need of fresh air.
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
Stretchy. Okay.
Don't forget the Bluto may still be hiding here. I will try to find out more inside. You, Watson, must intercept the policeman on his rounds. Given the hour and a bit of luck, it will be Smith. Try to get some information from him.
Understood, Holmes.
Worm.
If you're looking for some company, Gov, you've come to the wrong place.
Hello.
I know you. You're Squibby's guardian angel. You weren't dressed the same last time, but I don't forget a face. No hard feelings, huh? Join me in a glass?
Your Jack the Ripper is on everyone's lips and written in all of the papers. You must be awfully proud of yourself. You have skill, that's for certain. It's a shame you use it to mask rather than discover the truth.
You better believe that I'm going to find out who it is. I got a hold of old Schwartz's interpreter. You know, the Hungarian who saw Liz Stride get it. Doesn't speak a word of English. And when he went round to the station, another Jew went along to interpret. I found that bloke, and he repeated everything that had been said at the station. It won't be long before I find these fellows.
Why do you say these fellows? Were there several of them?
Do you not read the papers, or what? Well, given the rubbish that you read sometimes. Let me explain. At 12:45 a.m., Schwartz goes down Burner Street towards Fairclough, on the side of the road where the Workers' Club is. A bit further from there, just near Dutfield Yard's wooden doors, a chap and a lady are arguing. The Star said that the bloke wanted to push the girl into Dutfield's yard, but the translator told me that Schwartz saw him pulling her towards the road. She doesn't want to follow. He grabs her by the shoulders and throws her to the ground. She falls a bit, but not too loudly. Old Schwartz is scared, crosses to the other side, but continues in the same direction. The bloke with the girl notices him and yells, "Lipsky!" At the same time, another bloke at the corner of Fairclough and Burner who was lighting his pipe gets in on the action. He starts coming towards Schwartz in a menacing way, and Schwartz takes to his heels, doesn't see anything else. Once he finds out that a woman got herself killed, he went to testify, and identified Long Liz Stride as the woman he saw getting thrown about. So there were definitely two blokes, mate. But why am I telling you all this?
In vino veritas. I'll take my leave then, Mr. Bulling.
That's right. Till next time.
Sure.
A draft, my good man.
Here, sir.
Tell me, was it not a mere stone's throw away from here that the Whitechapel killer struck last week?
That'd be Jack the Ripper, that's his name. Slit the throat of a working girl in a small courtyard over there behind them big wooden doors.
Below the Workers' Club?
The very spot, below Lipsky and Co. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack was one of them, if you catch my drift.
Lipsky and Company. Do you mean to say that someone called Lipsky runs this club?
Nah, it's just that it's full of Jews. In Whitechapel, we call them all Lipskys, like that Lipsky who killed that girl in Batty Street last year.
Oh, really?
Last year, a Jew named Israel Lipsky killed a lass who was 6 months pregnant by making her drink acid. One trial and one protest by rabbis later, and he was hanging. By those who don't much like him, the Jews are called Lipskys.
Is the term Lipskys used to refer to the Jews in the area, and is this club frequented by Jews?
You got it. Socialist Jews, even. They spend their evenings hollering, singing. I've seen them spitting on the bosses.
And you know the victim?
No more her than any other. The working girls don't drum up business too much in this street. They need a reason to end up here.
And you know the victim?
Oh, shit.
Very well. Goodbye.
Cheers.
First and foremost, I must find P.C. Smith. Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, sir.
I am Dr. Watson. Would you happen to be P.C. Smith, the man who patrols this beat?
That's me. And you work with the famous Sherlock Holmes, don't you? What can I do for you?
I believe you were on duty the night when the murder took place here. You would certainly be able to confirm a few details, such as the time of death that the medical examiner gave.
It's just that I wasn't there when the body was discovered. I don't think I can help you.
But I was told that you had seen the victim that very night.
Indeed. But it was before the murder. I saw her, not far from here. She was talking to a man. It was around 12:30 or 12:35 a.m.
What did this man look like?
I only saw him from behind, really. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap in a dark colour, and a white collar. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand, wrapped in newspaper, about 18 inches long and about 6 inches wide.
His outfit reminds me of someone that I know. Was he a large man, on the older side?
I don't think so, no. Even though I only saw him from behind, I would say that he was barely 30 years old, or even less. Say 28, or even less. 26 years old, and 5 foot 8 inches tall at the very most. He had a small dark brown moustache and an olive complexion, I would say, but once again, I only caught a brief glimpse of his face in three-quarter profile.
Interesting.
Nobody else saw this man?
I discussed this previously with Mr. Eagle, the president of the Workers' Club. That night he returned around 12:40 a.m. to the club. He used the passage through Dutfield's yard to get into the club because the main door was locked. He can attest that he didn't see anyone else in the passage at that time, but wasn't really paying attention to who else might have been in Burner Street itself. He was listening to the song coming from the club. In short, no one else saw him.
Well, thank you for having satisfied my curiosity, my friend.
A fine evening to you, Doctor.
Alright.
Well, Watson, let's go to Dutfield's yard.
Dutfield's yard? Oh, I think that's actually down here, isn't it?
Dutfield's yard.
Yeah.
Your interrogation of P.C. Smith has proven to be very shrewd and of great interest. Thanks to the information I've managed to gather and that you were able to read in my notes in Baker Street, Watson, we can recreate what happened that fateful night at this location, Dutfield's Yards to be precise, the site of Liz Stride's murder.
Ooh, sketchy. Alright. Let's see. Midnight, the club meeting ends.
Midnight, the Socialist Club meeting ends. The members, mainly Jewish men, gradually begin to leave the club in little groups or alone.
12:20.
12:20 a.m., the American leaves the Socialists Club for some fresh air. The street is deserted.
12:30 to 12:35.
12:30 to 12:35 a.m., Smith notices Liz Stride talking to the man with the package.
12:40.
12:40 a.m., Eagle, the president of the club, enters the Workers' Club via the passageway through Dutfield's yard. He passed through Dutfield's yard. If Liz Stride had already been killed, he would have had to walk over her. The murder, therefore, had not yet happened.
Okay. 12:43.
12:43 a.m., Israel Swartz passes by Dutfield's yard and witnesses the attack on Liz Stride.
12:44.
12:44 a.m., Schwartz crosses to the other side of the road. The attacker sees him and yells, "Lipsky." The attacker must have shouted to his accomplice at the end of the road, "Lipsky," indicating at Schwartz using his head in an attempt to scare off this undesirable.
12:45.
12:45 a.m., Schwartz runs away, followed for a short distance by this man.
And 1 o'clock.
1 a.m., Mr. Diemschutz wants to enter with his cart, but the pony refuses. We know that the murder took place between 12:45 and 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz, therefore, must have disturbed the killer. Let's place Liz Stride's murder on the timeline, Watson. (12:45 to 1 a.m., the murder of Liz Stride. It took place in this very spot, as the traces of blood were very confined. We will come back to this point in a few moments to elaborate on what could have happened. Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson. Watson, imagine the victim laid down there on the ground. The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards.
Okay. Okay, so it was looking at her. It's from right down to left. So if I were going to, if I'm facing somebody and I'm going to cut them down, I would be using my right hand. Mortal wound. Blow struck from above. Strong. Okay. Right-handed? A strong man. Okay. Alright.
Her right hand. It is bloody, as is her wrist.
So she reached up to try and stop the wound.
The throat. There.
Okay.
Her left hand. It is closed around a bag of pastils.
She's got no defensive marks, so...
Her right hand. It is...
Is that everything? No, it's not.
The ground is muddy.
Okay. Is that everything? No. Heck.
Her knees and dress, they are clean.
No, that's everything. Okay. There's no blood splatters that I can see, which is interesting, but...
This door leads to the club for Jewish socialist workers.
Okay. Let's see. There we go. Bloodied right hand and wrist. The carotid wasn't slit. The victim, put her hand on her throat. The knife blade used in... No. Thin? Okay, thin blade. Knees and the bottoms of the dress at the front are clean. The ground is dirty. The victim didn't struggle on the ground. The victim was killed upright. And a murderer standing at the moment of the mortal blow. Is taller than the victim? No. Oh. Oh no, I guess it would be... The victim was killed lying down. No, it would, if it were up to down, then it would be Okay. So I've gotten one of the deductions wrong, but I'm not sure where. Let's see. There's only one move. Oh, gosh.
We have two possibilities. The first is that Liz Stride's killer and the attacker, seen by Schwartz, were one and the same man. The second is that Liz Stride meets a client. After some discussion, they head towards Dutfield's yard to do their business. As soon as they arrive, the attacker appears while his accomplice keeps watch. Schwartz's arrival dissuades the two men from lingering. They leave the area and leave Liz Stride in a tense state, but glad to have kept her client. He will be her murderer. Both hypotheses are possible, but an incongruous detail will serve to corroborate one of them. An incongruous detail that we were able to establish regarding the Hanbury Street murder. Which one would that be, Watson? Look at the victim carefully, Watson, and tell me the link between the murder of Liz Stride and those of Nichols and Chapman.
Conclusions? The same butcher's knife was used was used in the crimes against P. Nichols, A. Chapman, L. Stride, Cedos, and M.J. Kelly. Okay.
Look at the victim carefully, Watson, and tell me the link between the murder of Liz Stride and those of Nichols and Chapman.
Throat cut?
No, that's not it. No, that's not it.
The bag of pastels, Holmes.
What?
A bag of pastels. Indeed, Watson. If this woman had to defend herself against an attacker, why would she have held onto this bag in her hand? It didn't fall because this woman's hand tensed at the moment when she fell to the ground. Therefore, Watson, we know the killer distracted his victim's attention by making them take something out of their pockets. Why didn't he slit her throat like the others? He must have feared a struggle with this strong-willed woman. Why didn't he eviscerate her? Because Louis Diemschutz arrived.
Do you think the Whitechapel killer is behind this murder, Holmes?
Yes, and now this murder has been linked to its rightful perpetrator, it will take on deeper meaning when we have examined the facts from that night. Let's go to Mitre Square, where Catherine Eddowes was killed. And make haste, Watson, as we have another murder to commit in 40 minutes.
We have a what?
Here we are, Watson, Mitre Square. It took us a mere 20 minutes to get here.
Oh,
if the
okay.
killer left Dutfield's yard around 1 o'clock, as we assume, he would have arrived here at around 1:20 a.m. We know that Catherine Eddowes' body was discovered at 1:44 a.m. Catherine was released from prison around 1 o'clock, but we have no information as to what she could have been doing until her death. This place has 3 possible ways out. Let's see where they lead.
Okay.
As a precaution, I brought an old map of the area with me. It will help us get our bearings.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
Okay. So we're in Mitre Square. So our ways out are Church Passage, St. James Passage, or Mitre Street.
This is Mitre Street,
Mitre
from
Street.
where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came. I have no reason to go that way. Watson, we are now in the exact spot where poor Eddowes tragically ended her days.
This spot is very dark, Holmes.
That is probably why our murderer chose it. Let's see, we'll need a lantern.
What dare I ask?
Church Passage. It must be opposite the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street. Let's go to the end of this lane, Watson. I have no reason to go that way. Hello, you must be Abraham Solomonovich, am I right?
Yes, that's me. But I know you. You brought a lad to my place to take care of a cat, and I loaned you my mask.
That's me. May I present?
Dr. Watson, of course. Delighted. And you? I have known for a few days that you are a detective by the name of Sherlock Holmes. Is that so?
You don't miss a thing, do you? It was the children who gave me away. Am I right?
They didn't want to, but I gained their confidence by offering them a small comb
and half a cake.
They made a good deal out of it, so I don't blame them. However, I must request, as a personal favour, that you do not reveal my identity.
You have my word. Curiosity is just killing me, as you may have guessed. Would it be breaking an oath to confide in me the nature of the investigation that you are leading?
Does this spot where we are now in Mitre Square mean anything to you?
A demon lives in this city, Mr. Holmes. These unmentionable acts degrade the human race and put the Jewish community in terrible danger.
Lots of rumours are circulating, but they are but rumours. I see you're leaving the Imperial Club. It's a stone's throw away from Mitre Square, and the 2 recent murders were most probably discussed in there. Do you know if anyone from the club saw or heard anything that night?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That night, 3 members of our club saw a woman talking to a man at the very spot where we are standing, a few minutes before the body was found at the end of this passage. Fantastic, Holmes.
Calm yourself, Watson. There is nothing at the moment to suggest it was the victim. Can we meet these members?
I am afraid that won't be possible. As soon as the police heard the evidence of these men, they were sworn to silence.
I understand.
But you are working for the good, and I must tell you what I know. One of the 3 men, my friend Joseph, left that night with 2 other members of the Imperial Club, Harry and another Joseph. It was around 1:35 a.m., perhaps a bit earlier, when Joseph, not my friend, but the other, the Aldgate butcher, exited. He saw a man and a woman in discussion at this very spot where we are.
These men must have been about 16 feet away from the couple.
That's about right. So Joseph, the butcher, said to the other 2, while pointing at the couple, "Look, I don't like going home alone when I see this kind of people here." My friend Joseph looked at them without noticing anything strange and didn't understand what he meant. They had the look of 2 rather unkempt people, but no more than that.
After the murder, did these 3 men tell the police what they had seen?
Not quite. Harry stated that he hadn't seen the couple. As for Joseph, the butcher, even though he was the one who commented on them and pointed them out, said that he couldn't remember anything except that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more. My friend Joseph, on the other hand, did his best to cooperate with the police.
And what did your friend Joseph say? What did this man and woman look like?
The man must have been 30 years old, about 5 foot 7 inches, light complexion, and a fair moustache. He wore a loose, dark jacket, a grey cap, and a red scarf around his neck. But he said that he only saw him for a brief instant, and it would be impossible to recognize him.
And the woman?
He only saw her from behind. She had her hand on the man's stomach and seemed to be pushing him. He said that he remembered that she was small, was wearing a black jacket and a black bonnet. After his testimony, the police took him to see the clothing of the deceased, and Joseph said that they looked identical to those of the woman he had seen. Like I already said, he only glanced at the 2, as he was headed with the others in the direction of Aldgate.
One final question. The Imperial Club is a Jewish club, isn't that correct?
Indeed.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Solomonovich.
Bah, it was nothing. We must at all cost prevent this demon from striking again, and the police seem to have some difficulty in doing that. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Holmes.
Person has a hard time judging measurements that any implements. I just see yeah, it's like sometimes people are like, oh, they were about like 5'6", 5'7". I'm like, how Can you tell? I can only ever gauge height based off of my own, and I'm like 5'8", and I'm like, I have no concept of what average height or tall or like specific heights look like. I'm here and I'm doing my best. Let's see.
This building is the Great Synagogue of London. The Imperial Club. I have no reason to go that way. This dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place. Let's see, we'll need a lantern. I have no reason to go that way. Take the lantern, Watson.
Oh, wow. Yikes.
The head is turned towards the left. The murderer must have been on the right side of his victim. Let's look at her from the front.
Wow.
The nose was cut. There is but one wound, Watson. It goes from the left side and descends in a slight oblique towards the right side.
That would mean cutting down from, if the murderer is still using their right hand.
The eyelids were cut off. The eyelids were cut off. The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner.
You know,
The nose was cut.
there is a lot going on this one.
The main incision goes from the sternum all the way down to the groin. The murderer opened this abdomen as if it were an animal carcass. A kidney was removed. The uterus was removed.
I'm wondering if this is like how the actual
Do
murders.
these objects spread out by the victim remind
Looked.
us of anything, Watson? A thimble is located right beside one of the victim's hands, just like Chapman's sachet of pills and Stride's pastils.
Goes downwards from towards the groin. Cut open the abdomen like that of an animal. Wound at the neck goes from right and slightly oblique and descending. Fierce and instantaneous? Right-handed? Okay. The items are meant for a woman. Kidney and uterus removed, liver, lungs underwent small incisions. Edda's murder, new anatomy. It's meant for a woman. Items belong to the victim. The murderer searched Cietos. A thimble is found right beside the victim's hand. Edo's held a thimble in her hand.
Part of this apron is missing. We will follow up on that shortly. These intestines were pulled out altogether to grant access to the abdomen. The inside of the thighs is clean. Once again, there were no sexual relations between the victim and her murderer.
My goodness, Holmes, it was a slaughter.
Understand, Watson, that our killer had neither the time nor the conditions to bother with the niceties. He had no more than 7 or 8 minutes at most to kill the woman, open her up, and all the while in total darkness.
Holmes, it's a woman, a poor victim you're talking about.
Consider all the time this man lost and the risks that he actually took by cutting the victim's face and the lower abdomen in around 20 precise spots, especially the lungs and the liver. These attacks, which I considered gratuitous, are in fact nothing of the sort and have as much sense as the removal of the organs. Watson, we must now consult our timeline. We began in Dutfield's yard, but this time we will try to recreate the actions of certain people, in this case, those of the 2 policemen.
The thing I don't get about right-handedness clue is that I'm right-handed, but I'm a bit ambidextrous. I can play pool billiards with my left or right hand. I think, there are ways to tell, not specifically. You can't always tell, like, if someone's ambidextrous, then you can't really know. But there are, I think even ambidextrous people, it seems like there's a preference for which hand does what. Like, you can do stuff with both hands, but sometimes you kind of naturally lean towards, I'm ambidextrous, but I write left-handed, but I will use a knife with my right hand, kind of thing. Because there are some things I'll do where I'm not ambidextrous, and I am predominantly right-handed, but there are still some things that I find are just a lot easier to do using my left hand. I think it's useful to know, like, look at things like what hand is being used for something. Like if they are using their right hand for a knife, or if they are switching back and forth, or if they're using like they're right-handed but they don't look as confident with their swings and they look a bit like awkward and uncertain. It could be that they're trying to use a different hand to throw it off. But yeah, I think with that point is just, it can just tell what hand was used and how confident were they in using that hand. Is I feel like what you can gather from that. 1:30.
1:30 a.m. P.C. Watkins didn't see the corpse while on his rounds. If P.C. Watkins did his rounds properly, and there is no reason to doubt this was the case, as he discovered the corpse a quarter of an hour later, the murder hadn't yet taken place, and there was no one in Mitre Square, unless they were hidden among the shadows. Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor Edow's corpse was. Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to...
Oh, okay. Okay, so I can see you.
I see you, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson. Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Okay. The murder hadn't yet taken place at 1:30.
Very good, Watson. Thus we can categorically state that the murder had not yet occurred at 1:30.
Okay. 1:35.
1:35 a.m. A man and a woman are arguing at the entrance of Church Passage. The man came from Aldgate.
And then 1:42.
1:42 a.m. P.C. Harvey arrives in Mitre Square. It should be noted, Watson, that the constable didn't enter Mitre Square. He could not have seen the corpse lying on the ground. But would he have been able to see a man sitting or standing? Go to the Church Passage entrance, then come back and try to see me while holding your lantern. I will stay at the spot where the victim was discovered.
Okay.
I see you, Holmes.
You had to proceed into the square in order to see me, something Harvey didn't do. It is possible that the killer was still there. 1:42 a.m. PC Harvey arrives at Mitre Square, but does not go in. The murderer may well have still been there.
Okay. 11:44. Body is discovered.
1:44 a.m. The body is discovered. Let's put the murder of poor Eddowes on the timeline, Watson.
Okay. 1:35 to 1:42.
1:35 and 1:42 a.m. The murder would appear to have taken place between these times, that is to say, within 7 minutes.
Agreed, Holmes. But does this really prove that our killer had the time to perpetrate these two murders?
Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Let's see. Watson took 20 minutes to go from Duffield's yard to Mitre Square.
There, Watson. We are now certain that the murderer really had the time to commit these two murders.
Incredible!
Let's look at our deduction board, Watson.
Okay. Piece of Eddowes' white apron was cut. The items at the victim's feet are very orderly. Unfeeling
This
organized?
spot is making me nauseous. Can we not head back, Holmes?
We certainly can't, Watson. We have one final point to address. Do you remember the piece of white apron that was missing just now? It was found just a few steps away from here, at the entrance of a building. That's where we must go. Let's go.
Okay.
There's the spot, Watson. By night, Goulston Street is deathly silent, which will permit us to carry out a fair few experiments. Let's find the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message were found.
Okay. Let's see. Let's find... There's this... By Goulston Street. Okay. I think it's him. Okay, wait. Where was the... Entrance hall leading to the stairs of 108 to 119 Wentworth Model Dwellings. 108 to 119. Here we go.
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. Look at these signs,
Okay,
Watson.
they're all like that. Alright.
There's the spot where the apron and the message were found by PC Long. Now, let's recreate the scene. Remember, Watson, it was raining that night. Find me something with which to mimic raindrops hitting this wall while I write something with my chalk.
The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. But what does it mean?
Okay, something...
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Find a container and some water. Let me remind you that it's nighttime and the street is deserted, Holmes.
Okay, there's the water.
That may come in handy. Who knows? An old wooden pole. The merchant probably threw it out. Water. I have no reason to go that way.
Oh, I can't break into people's houses? What's the point? Ah, okay.
A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it. A watering can. That's what I need. A watering can. That's what I...
Okay. There we go.
A watering can. That's what I...
Use the stick!
A watering can. That...
Use the stick.
That may come in handy. Who knows? A watering can.
What's the point of playing video games if you can't break into people's houses? You know, it's got a point. Alright. There we go. Yo!
Have you found something for us?
Yes, I have, Holmes.
If this message were written by the killer, then it would have been lying in this entrance for up to 35 minutes before being discovered. Let's find out in what state it must have been. This message could not have withstood an entire night in the rain. During the investigations carried out on the night of the double murder, PC Hulse inspected the entrances of this street around 2:20 a.m. and confirmed to have seen nothing out of the ordinary. At 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes later, PC Long found Catherine Edow's piece of apron and the message in chalk. This message would not have withstood a whole night in the rain, as had I continued to water it for a little longer, I would certainly have erased it. It was written, therefore, at the moment when the piece of apron was dumped. This substantiates PC Hulse's statement, which stated he had seen neither of these during his rounds. After its discovery, it was guarded and protected from the rain, which was subsiding, which explains why it was still legible when it was erased at 5:30. My dear Watson, when you met P.C. Smith on his rounds in the street, where was he? On the pavement or in the middle of the road?
In the middle of the road, Holmes, without a shadow of a doubt.
Good. You will go down the street with your lantern as if you were a policeman on patrol, using Smith's position as a guide. As soon as you see the entrance where I used the watering can, tell me if you see anything.
Okay. Wait, am I going the right way? I guess.
I have no reason to go that way.
I am not.
There, Holmes. From here, I can see something written.
Can you read it?
No.
Do you see the white rag, Watson?
I see something on the ground, but I'm not sure if it's what you were talking about.
P.C. Long, who found the piece of apron, was examining the interior of the entrances, and yet nobody would have predicted that this piece of material would be discovered on the very night of the murder by a policeman on patrol.
What are you trying to get at, Holmes?
Let's look at this message on the wall, Watson. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. In other words, the Jews were possibly blamed for nothing, but that will no longer be the case. Reading this message naturally begs one question. What would that be, Watson?
Why?
Indeed, Watson, why? For what reason would one have the right to blame the Jews in the future? Remember, Lestrade was killed near a club for socialist Jews, Edow's not far from a synagogue and the Imperial Club, and finally, this piece of apron dropped here. This building is occupied by Jewish families. The killer really did go out of his way to incriminate the Jews living in the area.
It's a bit obvious, Holmes.
Yes, but with the rumors, Watson, the author of this message would have received a response to his strategy.
You are right, Holmes. So perhaps it's a good thing this message was erased.
Whoever took the decision to do this is a man of great wisdom and courage. Let's return to Baker Street, Watson. I have some pipes to smoke to help me think more clearly.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home. I had nightmares all night, Holmes. As for you, I bet you didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? It's this chalk message business, isn't it?
Among other things.
And this lunatic is still running free. If only we knew what he looked like.
But we do know, Watson. We have a fairly accurate description.
I must have missed an episode of your adventures, Holmes. Not only have I heard you discredit the value of our eyewitnesses, but the few descriptions we do have don't seem to correspond.
An inaccurate account can regain its value if we can discover why and to what extent the truth must be rewritten. We've learned a great many things tonight, and I'm able to tell you what our man looks like.
Really?
Yes, and we're going to need a few things, Watson. Find me 3 mannequins, my worker's costume, my 3 full wigs, one of your worn garments, yes, that can be used for the workman's outfit, and one of your old suits. Oh, and my deer stalker, the one I never wear, but everyone seems to think I wear day and night.
Hey Watson, once again, you're married. You have a wife and presumably a house. Like, it gets mentioned in this game. And he just...
We shall place our mannequins here, Watson.
He just lives with Holmes.
A wig? This will come in handy.
I just... I mean, I'm not complaining. I love the implication of Sherlock and Watson being an item. Not impossible that because he works with Holmes so often, they use some clothes and stuff over at Holmes' place in case he has to be there for a few nights. Sure, but it's like, it's kind of implied that he just regularly sleeps here. Because he calls this place home.
So, as for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the 3 other, we have at least one person who claims to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson?
Oh, I'm missing a mannequin, I think. Hang on. Do we just have like a spare mannequin? Oh, we do. I have 3 wigs and I have 2 hats. Is there another hat I can get? Oh, there it is. Alright. Now let's try. Alright. Okay. The Vanity of Existence, Murder in Whitechapel. Neckland, Aberline's Visit. not impossible that... Oh, I already read that message. Okay. Whitechapel artist, Isaac. Let's see. Okay. Kane, barman, journalist. Dr. Lights, Pluto. Testimony. Okay, let's go to notes. Let's see. Street. Oh, these are notes, not documents. Preliminary. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Okay, that's one. Arrests. Nope. Piece of blotting paper, and pencil. Information. Found his cat. Okay, here we go. Alright, use that as right, and then I think there's this thing.
Bravo,
Okay.
Watson. There are our 3 witnesses.
Okay. Let's see. 32. 40 years old and 5'3". Okay. Brown deerstalker hat. Dark coat. Here's clothes. Okay. Talking to a man. Short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap, and dark color. And there we go. Okay, I wonder actually if that's... Okay. Carrying a packet. Who seemed respectable. So, okay, yeah, that will be... 5'8". Small, dark brown. He's like 30, I think? I guess 28. There's like 3 different ages given. Maybe 26, 5'8".
Perfect, Watson.
Oh, okay. Oh, I haven't finished this one. Okay. Let's see. Dark hair and mustache. Okay.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Marvelous. Alright, this guy. Da, 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 da. Grab a pen. Where are my pens? There's one. Let's see. And here's the one who commented. 3 tall. Okay, so 5'3". Still about it. Versus 5'7". Ah. One sec. I had some donuts earlier. I didn't eat them all. Oh, that's always sad. 5'7". Hang on. Light complexion. Fair. Mustache. Loose. Dark jacket. Gray cap. 30. Okay. That's 5'7". No. Yeah, 5'7".
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
And 30. So...
Perfect, Watson.
There we go.
Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin. The account given by Mr. Solomonich's friend is incorrect in at least one point. The first Joseph said that the man was at least 5'7" tall. The second Joseph said he was 3 inches taller than the victim, whom we know was 5 feet tall, which would suggest a height of 5'3". Don't forget that it was this second Joseph who attracted his friend's attention towards the couple on the other side of the road. We can assume he got a very good look at them. As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or 2 after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other 2.
It's 5 inches, my dude.
Bravo,
I think the
Watson.
textures are fucked
Our
up on the
mannequins
others.
have been recreated based on the correct accounts. Now, Watson, let's see in what ways these statements differ and how the witnesses could have been mistaken. Let's look at these wigs and moustaches. Let's start by taking the first Joseph's testimony, who saw the man head-on in a well-lit spot and in which he noted fair hair. Now, let's consider the same person, but in the lighting and angle of the other 2 witnesses, in the darkness of night, with poor artificial lighting from above. Put out the light, Watson.
Okay. Helmst? Oh, there's the light switch.
Thus, poor lighting and a backlit subject can affect our perception of shades and colours. The wigs from Abraham's mannequin took on the same colour as the other two. The three testimonies, therefore, don't contradict one another, and we can apply the same facial hair to all three mannequins. Turn on the light, Watson.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
Watson, let's give all of our mannequins the same hair.
Okay.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Well done, Watson. With regards to the murderer's hair, the three witnesses should agree on Abraham's testimony. As Joseph is the only one who saw our man in full light, his hair must therefore be fair. You see, Watson, it is hard to draw objective conclusions when one is an eyewitness to an event. This leads us to reconsider the various statements regarding the supposed age of the man. Even if you are face to face with someone in full light and for a period of several hours, to what extent can you determine their exact age? And even more so if you observe them for only a few seconds and or from behind. We must allow some flexibility when considering our witnesses' statements, but always scientific flexibility.
Okay. Mm. 30 to 50, 16 to 36, 25 to 35, 7 to 10. Tolerance of years. Okay. What? Determine the age range thanks to the tolerance of years indicated by Sherlock Holmes. Okay. 7 to 10 years. So we'll pop 30 to 40. 3 to 5. Oh wait, okay, so 25 plus 3 is 28. 35 is 38. Wait, no, hold on, that doesn't make sense. Wait, okay, hold on. So, let's say, okay, so this is minus 10 plus 10, minus 5 plus 5, minus 10 plus 10. So minus 7 is 33, plus 7 is 47. Wait, 10, 9, 8, 7. Oh, okay, so minus 8, or minus 9 is 31, plus 9 is 49. Plus, oh wait, no. Plus 9, plus, minus 8 plus 8. 32, so. Okay. Minus 7 is 33, plus 7 is 47.
There we are. Magnificent.
Cool, okay. So, minus 9 was 26 minus 9. Plus 9 is 35. 18.
Perfect, Watson.
Okay, I got it now. 26, 34, 27, 35.
Perfect, Watson.
Yay! There we go.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
Okay. So, between 33 and 47. That gives us up towards 33. I guess 33. That's the number they all seem to have in common.
Perfect, Watson.
Yo!
Within a margin of 1 year, Watson, the age of our murderer is 33 years.
But the man described by Smith was dressed respectably, whereas the other two were poorly dressed.
Indeed, but Whitechapel's respectively could quite easily describe the Sunday bests that all lower-class men own. Now, let's place ourselves in the shoes of Liz Stride's killer. He has just slain his victim and sees Louis Diemschutz discover her body. Our killer is at great risk if he stays in the area. He therefore gets away from this spot. But he wants to kill again. However, he might have been spotted in the area before having committed the murder by a constable on his round, perhaps, who managed to get his description. What do you think the killer will do?
Change. Let's see. Flee and... and throw his clothing in a sewer trash bin and...
No, Watson.
Oh, okay, well... Flee and...
No, that's not it.
Okay. Return home to a safe...
Go back home or to a safe location, change his clothes and leave again in search of another victim.
Oh.
It's
Fair enough.
the only possible explanation, Watson. The man returned to the safety of his lodgings and then decided to go out again with new clothes and repeat his sinister nocturnal work. That's how the discrepancies between the witnesses with regards to clothing can be explained.
What a cold-blooded animal.
And what determination! Powerful motives are pushing this man. Thus, we can conclude that the respectable man with the package may very well have been seen by the two Josephs.
It also means he has to live
Even if
very
it is
close
just a
in the area.
mannequin, it's giving me goosebumps. But have we really made any progress, Holmes? I mean, there must be thousands of men in Whitechapel who match this description, wouldn't you say?
You're right, Watson. We have worked on who, now let's work on where. We need a map of Whitechapel, and please also find me a pencil, 2 compasses, one of which can draw ellipses.
Alrighty. Let's see. Ugh. Why are we suddenly running? Whitechapel killer had the time to kill both of them. Ah, okay. Let's see. H. Chapman was holding an envelope, was holding a thimble. Jack the Ripper diverted the attention of his victims before killing them. Feeling unorganized. Proceeded in the same way. Same man who killed. Okay. Great physical force. Neat. The murderer searched H. Hatman. Was looking for money or objects of value. The Whitechapel killer, Whitechapel killer is poor. Alright. Piece of Ciotta's white apron was cut. Ciotta's piece of apron was found in Golston Street near... He left a message accusing Jews. Jack the Ripper wants to put the police on the wrong... No. Let's accuse someone living in... What? Score to settle with the Jewish community. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Neat. Let's see.
I am in need of something.
First of all, let's place our 4 murders on this map, as well as the spot where the graffito appeared, and the piece of apron was dropped.
Okay. Fuck. Annie Chapman was killed in... Hell. Alright. Polly Nichols. Let's see. Polly Nichols was Bucks Row. Okay. Yeah, Annie Chapman. Was, let's see, Hanbury Street. Okay. Liz Stride. Let's see. Dutfield's Yard. And Catherine Eddowes. Mitre Square. Okay. Dutfield's Yard was Liz Stride. Where is she? There we go. Annie Chapman was Hanbury Street. Polly Nichols was Bucks Row. No, Bucks Row's over here. And Catherine Eddowes was Mitre Square. And the graffito was Gulson Street.
Perfect, Watson.
Worm.
Let's connect each crime scene to the one out of the others that is the furthest.
Okay. I'm sorry, say that again. Join each murder location to the one that is furthest. Oh. Okay. So I'm guessing those two are the furthest. Is that right? No.
You see, Watson, the murders aren't grouped together, but seem to be spread out like cardinal points around a central zone. The killer obviously wanted to avoid returning to the previous scenes of his crimes, assuming that they would be more closely watched, or that he could be recognized.
So, the killer lives at the centre of this cross?
In the vicinity, most certainly, but how near? We cannot afford to get it wrong. If you concentrate, Watson, you will notice that the murders are roughly equidistant from the intersection point of the diagonals. Let's focus on the night of the double murder. Remember, Watson, it took us 20 minutes to get from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square. Let's draw a line from one to the other.
Okay, Dutfield's Yard.
Perfect. We didn't make the trip as the crow flies, but that would not harm our estimate. Let's suppose the killer left Dutfield's Yard at 1 a.m. and arrived in Mitre Square at 1:35 a.m. when he was seen by the two Josephs. If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves a range of 10 minutes to determine where this man's lodgings are. We must determine the area in which one can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. To do this, let's draw an ellipsis. The length between Dutfield's Yard and Mitre Square corresponds to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the two murder scenes, and which the sum of the lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipses.
That was a lot of math to throw on me, game. Okay. Trace an ellipses in which we can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. Okay. Oh wait, okay, hang on. No. What? That sure was a lot of math to throw at me all at once, game. Alright, hang on. Alright, we did that. Now I need to figure out how I'm supposed to... Okay. Ellipses. Click the wooden compass at the center of the green line connecting... Okay. This thing. Yeah, I just need to get it properly placed. Can I move that? No, I can't. Is that close enough? Fuck. No. God bless it. I guess about here? I know what to do mechanics. You know, oh wait, I bet I can... maybe... I don't think that makes any sense what I'm trying to do. Hold on. Game, we're gonna have to fight. Okay, how exact does it need to be? Like, almost exactly. Okay. Jesus. I just did it. The start at one circle and expand out, or that thing? Okay. And then, okay, and then it's this, it's the point here, essentially, but down to the line. Maybe not. Oh, and then it's, where, yeah, where they intersect. Okay, okie dokie. Let me try to find something that kind of lets me... Good. Holmes, I'm gonna fight you. Do I need to only have the one? Oh, I probably have to get it right or I'm gonna... Holmes. Oh no, I erased the wrong one! God damn it. Okay. Wait. Wait, that's the wrong one. Connect the two interceptions? Places where they intercept get connected. Okay, so where I click is the center of the circle. So... using the I don't think I can use the straight pencil again. I can't. I can only use the ellipses. Yeah, I can't pick up the straight pencil again. Use them on the interceptions so they touch the lines. Oh, the eraser does the last thing I did. Yeah, the eraser won't erase specific ones. It does whatever I did last. Is that sufficient? No, it's not. Fuck. Well, because the eraser only does the last thing I did. So I can't have like. Okay, I'll go here and then there. Sorry, I didn't mean to knock my microphone. I can't pick up the compass. I can only pick up the eraser or the ellipses. Okie doke. I wonder if I can keep an eye on where this thing is. Hang on, I'm gonna try, I'm gonna erase the progress, real quick. And then from there, out. Holmes, we're gonna have a fight. And put the edge to the other interception. What? Okay, hang on. If I put it on the intersection here, here's is what I get. Because I draw it out from the center. Wait. Holmes, I just want to talk. Okay, does that cover both of them? Am I doing the right ones? Yeah, it has to be, right? Yeah, I'm looking at the guide, and it's like, it's not helping me much. Well, hang on. Okay, what? Draw an ellipses that covers... Click the wood compass. What? Using the compass, draw an ellipses that covers meter square and Duffield's yard. Okay. Click the wood compass at the center of the green line. Wait. Hold on. I'm so confused. Using the compass... Oh, wait. Yeah. Draw... Wait. Yeah, no, I have to use this thing. Draw an ellipses that covers Mitre Square and Dutfield's yard. Click the wood compass at the center of the green line. Connecting... What? Okay. That does what in the fuck? Okay. Mitre Square, Dutfield's yard. Okay. Click the wood compass at the center. The center of the green line connecting this line. Okay. You know... As the ends, okay. You know, if YouTube tells you anything, let me know, please. Okay, that only goes around, so... Extremely unhelpful. Quoi? Wait. Length between Dutfield's yard corresponds to 20 minutes. Adding half. Taking the 2 right segments, each starting from the 2 murder scenes, and just some lengths makes 30 minutes. We get our... Okay, wait. I was... Oh, I love being right. Let's see. Corresponds to 20 minutes. Adding half. Edge of the ellipses must touch the murder scenes. Okay. Do they not? God damn it. I'm gonna fucking fight this game. Okay. Alright, but that it needs to do that on both sides, essentially. Okay. At the street I was hovering over. So about here-ish. Nope, that's too big. that's a bit... Okay, so that needs to be a bit more to the left. Okay, a bit more to the right. No, wait. Fuck's sake. And this still does not count, even though they are like directly over each other. This apparently doesn't count, by the by. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna kill someone. Yeah, go for it. Fuck's sake. Oh, I should have saved before trying to alt-tab out to Discord. Whoops! Oh well. Oh. Okay. Yes, I want to go see that. Give me. Alright, one sec. Thank you. Yes, that thing. Alright, where is that? Okay. We did all that.
So, the killer lives at the center of this cross.
Okay, now we've done that.
There we are, Watson. Our killer...
Oh, we're gonna fucking fight is what we're gonna do. Alright. Where exactly did they put the pencil? Oh, I maybe have crashed the game by trying to close it into other things. Fuck! Come here. Shit. Alright, well, screw it. Nope, that was way too far over. Nope, not far enough. Nope. Okay. This is fine. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Sherlock Holmes, Jack the Ripper can't place ellipse. Found another. Okay, let's see. Okay. So some of my recommendations say make the ellipse wider. Okay, well. Let's see. Several streets wider than Miter Street. Okay. So let's try out a lot wider. Okay, let's try. So there, and then we'll go.
There we are, Watson. Our killer lives in this area.
It's still rather a vast area, Holmes.
Yes, indeed. And our goal is to reduce this area as much as we can. We must consider the fact that the murder at Mitre Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure, given that the killer knew he was wanted for the acts he committed not long before. We can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, that is, an area not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's trace a circle around this point, with the distance separating it from Mitre Square as the radius. This will enable us to determine our killer's safe zone.
Okay, what the hell am I doing now? Trace a circle whose center is the location of the graffiti and a piece of apron, and circumferences passes through Mitre Square.
Our killer must surely live inside this circle. Now let's intersect it with the ellipsis that we previously determined.
Okay. Alright, now what? Hold on. Click on the intersection of the zones to determine which with certitude. Okay. There are 2 intersections. Oh, that was
there
fucking
we are,
ominous.
Watson, the Aldgate district.
Shouldn't we inform the police so that they can concentrate their efforts on this area of Whitechapel?
It is probably already crawling with inspectors, Watson, and I doubt that they would take us seriously, even if they were willing to listen to what we had to say. Let's focus instead on understanding the killer's modus operandi. We know our murderer preys on prostitutes who are penniless, weak, sick, or alcoholic, that he distracts them the moment before killing them, and that he left an anonymous message inciting anti-Semitic hatred at the entrance of a building occupied by Jews. How would you describe this man?
What a coward.
Indeed, he is a person of great cowardice. Let's look at his murders, and in particular, the depredations on the corpses, putting aside that of Liz Stride, because on that occasion his work was left unfinished. If we recall the observations made on the victims and the parts that were mutilated or damaged on each of the bodies, without forgetting the fact that he also removed 1 or more organs, we can ascertain that our killer evolves during the course of the murders, cowardly and still evolving. And yet, look at the location of our first murder, that of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. It is the most distant from the area our killer would appear to live. Perhaps this murder was preceded by another within the killer's area. I believe a cowardly killer would commit his first murder in an area close to his home in order to find refuge as quickly as possible on carrying out the act.
Holmes, an idea just occurred to me that fills me with dread. This evolution of which you speak?
He will pursue his next victim as long as the conditions permit him to continue killing Watson.
But how could one go even further in this horror? Look at what he did to that woman, Catherine Eddowes.
In order to avoid having to answer that question, we must act with haste and planning. I suggest you inform yourself on the mutilations sustained by the victims. We played with the idea that this could be an act of vengeance against prostitutes. If the mutilations correspond to areas affected by a specific pathology, perhaps the killer wanted to give an eye for an affliction he felt the prostitutes he knew were responsible for.
And this trail leading to Dr. Tumblety Holmes?
I also have a few things to look into in the meantime. I still have a primary witness to track down, not to mention old trails I've yet to pursue. See you soon, Watson.
Syphilis?
When we first spoke about the Bucks Row murder with Watson, he was reading a newspaper, The Star, dated September 1st, 1888, I believe, which mentioned similar murders in the preceding months. I have no chance of finding the police reports, but perhaps I could find some information at the Central News Agency. I must go there at once. Afterwards, I'll go back to see Abraham, the owner of the pet shop in Whitechapel.
Hey,
the second Joseph's statement would lead
sweetie.
me to believe that he may know the man spotted on the corner of Church Passage that night. If that's the case, I must find this witness so I can question him.
Might be the film where that killer was female. I know that killer is female. There's been like several fucking volumes of speculation about who Jack the Ripper is. I'm going to the news agency. Hi, baby.
Ah, Bulling is there. It won't hurt just this once.
Oh my god, we're here at a regular fucking hour at 2 in the afternoon. My goodness. Hi, sweetness. Hi. Who's a good girl? I need both my hands now. I know, you don't like it.
Hello, Mr. Bulling. So, did your colleague tell you about the tip?
What tip?
Ah, I see. I gave him an explosive tip and he went without you? Oh, that's not very sporting on his part. No doubt he took all of the credit for his discovery.
You're winding me up, eh?
Oh,
I must show Bulling something to make him believe me.
do we not have the...
What do you want?
I'm not winding you up. The proof is that he gave me this advance on the debt.
Hi,
That
baby.
Traitor! He owes me, if I find him.
Before I leave, can you do me a favor?
Heck, tell me.
I'm looking for some reliable info on the murders committed in Whitechapel in the months before Polly Nichols' attack.
Reliable? Ha! You really think you'll find that here? Fine. I'll be honest with you. We have folders that group the dispatches from the current year into categories. In the police law category, you'll find the transcripts of the trials and investigations that we sell to the newspapers that ask us.
Perfect.
Sadly, I am out of time. I'll leave you to solve it, eh? You're the detective, aren't you?
Hi, Snugglebug. Princess is feeling cuddly. That, or she wants me to go feed her early, which is, you know, very completely probable.
The dossiers are full of papers in dated envelopes. I can't open them. That would be too obvious. How can I tell which compartment to look in? No categories are indicated.
Let's see. How the fuck would I know?
An envelope is torn. I can tell that this dispatch contains economic information.
Okay. I'll put that there then. What?
An envelope is torn.
Okay. Okay. I'll need to find more information then, I think. Hi, baby. Dear Fernand, I'm confirming my presence on Friday evening at the club. I'll leave with pleasure because I might just get my mind off things or risk falling into a black depression. Just imagine, the new laddie still has the favors of Janet, but she'll end up forgetting him and giving in to me because I am not lacking in ideas to get rid of her suitors. Yesterday I randomly placed a few inventions in science with politics dispatches. Okay. After all, they are always harebrained items. Given that the compartments are one on top of the other, it could have easily passed as one of the new lad's errors, and as anticipated, he was called in by the boss. Okay, so inventions is on top of politics. Or they're on top of each other. One of them's on top. It's in politics. As soon as I have the chance, I'll show him how it looked like in the news everything's in the balance. He looks like a half-wit. He could easily get confused the politics with the society section on his right. Okay, so there's politics. To the right is society. And with this ladder with economy, which is its neighbor. I guess economy is next to society? Or politics? I don't know how an intelligent girl like Janet can like a swat like him, but he doesn't have much longer to smile. God damn, dude. Okay, so I guess it has to be society is economy is society's neighbor, which puts that at politics, which puts that at inventions and science. Okay. Oh, Jesus God. Sir, as the agency receives numerous dispatches, the filing system that you made appears to be too small, particularly for the world and society sections, which cover too much area and overflow into the boxes below. Police, law, and culture. Police, law, and culture respect. Okay, hang on. Okay, so there's economy, and then society, politics. Okay. World and society, which cover too much area and overflow into the boxes below. Culture is under society, then. Be able to furnish a device in order to keep only one. Okay, and then world is above police, law. Cool. Okay. My dear George, your little brother has had some misfortune. My first week of work was very grueling. First, I was given a spot far from the stove, and I am very cold in the morning. Next, I have to sort through the dispatches, the most tedious and boring work imaginable. Once the work is done, I must take each envelope to the journalist in question, who won't even deign to look at me. Finally, at the end of my third day, the boss called me to his office to give me a sermon. It seems that I had mixed up the dispatches. I was so worn out that could only protest half-heartedly. He gave me a second chance, so now I'm in a sticky situation. The only hopeful note comes from my colleague, Miss Filthen, a charming young woman who's only one to give me a smile. She helps me as much as she can, and tries to prompt me regarding which compartment I should put my dispatches, because everyone here knows the order of the sections, but no one has bothered to tell me. The lady has so much compassion and slides me notes such as politics and society are on the side. Politics and society? Society on side. Sports is underneath economy. Okay. Personalities is at the end of the row. Front page news is the first compartment. Etc. And these confidences are almost words of love from her mouth. I don't think that she likes placing the envelopes on the desks at all, because she ends up with some thanks that are very disturbing. I volunteered for the task, much to everyone's displeasure. Nothing new concerning my landlady, but I managed to pay her for the week, and she consented to keep me. Don't say anything about my trouble to Mumsy. I don't want to alarm her, but not wanting to lie to her, I've chosen to not write. With warmest regards. Wow. Fuck the guy who's being mean to Albert, then. To improve the dispatch filing, propose. Major info up high, except news in brief, minor info down low, except police, law. Thus, in future, propose also to invert news in brief, which for the moment, wow, okay. Major info up high, except news in brief, minor info down low, except police, law. In future, propose to also to invert news in brief, which is for the moment up high. Okay, news in brief is high, police is low. Furthermore, the weather section is almost always empty. Weather is almost always empty. Cool. Are those all the clues I'm gonna get? Okay. Okay, so economy we'll say is there. Weather, I'm guessing is that one because it's almost always low. Or it's almost always, empty. Okay. News and brief is high. Front page is the first compartment, so I'm guessing that's this one? Okay, sports is under economy. Culture is under society. I guess personalities is here. World, police and law. Okay, I guess that's not right. Okay, so I know economy goes there. Sports goes under economy. Go, sports. Weather is almost always empty, so that stays there. Weather. Oh wait, no, news and brief is up high. So I guess personality is there. Yo, I was right.
These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial cases.
Hey!
Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings.
Alrighty.
I need something.
Alright, let's try.
I need something. I need something.
Oh, there's something. Here we go.
I need something. I need something.
Why is it not? Okay.
I need something.
No, that closes it. Okay,
Closed.
Wouldn't you use Steam then to...
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay,
I need something.
God, you were so needy.
I need something.
Okay, I can't go out the door. Can't go through there. Anything else I can pick up? I have tried rubbing everything on everything else. Oh.
Water.
There we go. Okay.
There. That will provide me with steam.
No, I refuse to give up.
These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial... Open, and it looks like I'm in luck. This envelope contains precious information.
No, never! Day of inquest, Saturday, April 7th, 1888. Mr. Wynne E. Baxter, the East Middlesex coroner, held an inquiry on Saturday, 7th April, at the London Hospital respecting the death of Emma Elizabeth Smith, aged 45, a widow, lately living at 18 George Street, Spitalfields, who, it was alleged, had been murdered. Chief Inspector West of the H Division of Police attended for the Commissioners of Police. Mrs. Mary Russell, deputy keeper of a common lodging house, stated that she had known the deceased for about 2 years. On the evening of Bank Holidays, 2nd April, she left home at 7 o'clock and returned about 4 or 5 the next morning in a dreadful state. Her face and head were much injured, one of her ears being nearly torn off. She told the witness that she had been set upon and robbed of all her money. Witnesses took her to the hospital, and when passing along Osborne Street, the deceased pointed out the spot where she was assaulted. She said there were 3 men, but she could not describe them. Mr. George Haslip, house surgeon, stated that when the deceased was admitted to the hospital, she had been drinking but was not intoxicated. She was bleeding from the head and ear and had other injuries of a revolting nature. Witnesses found that she was suffering from rupture of the peritoneum, which had been perforated by some blunt instrument used with great force. The deceased told him that at 1:30 that morning she was passing near Whitechapel Church when she noticed some men coming towards her. She crossed the road to avoid them, but they followed, assaulted her, took all the money she had, and then committed the outrage. She was unable to say what kind of instrument was used, nor could she describe her assailants, except that she said that one was a youth of 19. Death ensued on Wednesday morning, 4 April, through peritonitis set up by the injuries. Margaret Hayes, living at the same address of the deceased, deposed to seeing Mrs. Smith in company with a man at the corner of Farrant Street and Burdett Road. The man was dressed in a dark suit and wore a white silk handkerchief round his neck. He was of medium height, but witness did not think she could identify him. Chief Inspector West, H Division, stated that he had no official information on the subject and was only aware of the case through the daily papers. He had questioned the constables on the beat, but none of them appeared to know anything about the matter. The coroner said that from the medical evidence, which must be true, it was clear that the woman had been barbarously murdered. It was impossible to imagine a more brutal and dastardly assault, and he thought the ends of justice would be better met by the jury recording their verdict at once than by adjourning to some future date in the hope of having more evidence brought before them. The jury returned a verdict of willful murder against some person or persons unknown. The police are making every possible inquiry into the case, but up to yesterday, 8 April, had not any clue to the persons who committed the outrage. Oh, Jesus.
The information excludes the murder of the first woman, Miss Smith. Jack the Ripper can't be the author of that crime. On the other hand, there are enough similarities to suggest he may be the killer of Martha Tabram. I must go to the pet shop.
We're just gonna leave that there then? Just boiling away? Okay, sure.
I must go to the pet shop.
Let's go then. Alright.
I must go to the pet shop.
We are here, Holmes. Jeez.
Closed until further notice. Abraham isn't there. No luck.
Beep beep.
Hey.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Why is the shop?
Do you know why Mr. Solomonovich's shop is closed?
No, I don't. Perhaps his cousin, the cobbler, knows. But I believe the police came to take his animals. I think that might have something to do with it.
When was this?
During the day. The kids you were with the other day were there, they told me. They just came by to ask for some cat's meat. They didn't have any money, but I gave them some anyway.
Is something wrong?
It's just that there was a little girl with them, the same age as mine. My little girl who went away with her mother, with the angels into the sky.
Dr. Watson told me about your loss. Please accept my condolences. Would you like to talk about it? How did it happen?
The illness, sir. My poor little girl was in agony, and her face and body were ravaged by the disease.
Her face?
Yes, she looked like a ghost.
What illness was it?
Dr. Gibbons tried to explain when I took my little girl to see him, but I didn't understand. I'm sure that he was trying to insinuate it was my fault. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I understand. Farewell. Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
Why the screaming?
Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons. Hello, Doctor. Do you remember me? I'm Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson's friend.
Oh, yes. Excuse the mess, but I am doing a bit of tidying.
I have come to see you about a Mr. Hardyman, a cat food seller by trade, who recently lost his daughter and wife.
Yes, I know him. A tragic story.
Actually, I was hoping you could tell me about the disease that took his daughter, a disease that would have attacked her face.
Well, to keep it short, we are speaking of syphilis, Mr. Holmes. You must certainly know that it is transmitted through intimate connections, and that the vast prostitute population here contributes to its inevitable progression. It destroys individuals by spreading through the body slowly. The most obvious symptoms can be found in the genitalia and on the face in the form of pustules or lesions. Sometimes this illness can destroy whole families. The father catches it from a prostitute, he transmits it to his wife, who in her turn passes it to the kids which she bears or nurses. These cases are numerous in the vicinity. Certain children, and this is the case of the little girl whom I won't name, suffer from an emaciation of the face which will, apart from predicting an imminent death, bring infamy upon the family.
Cool.
Emaciation of the face?
Yes, what we sometimes call the pox. I will give you a photograph. One cannot be mistaken on the origin of such a face. The eyes seem to be void of lids, the nose is inexistent as if it was cut off, and the cheeks are chiselled as if cut with a knife. This loss of facial matter, this emaciation, is in this area often the gift from a father to his children.
Can I keep this photograph?
I should destroy it, but if it can remind you that one must sometimes think twice before giving in to physical attraction.
I always seem to find myself alone in such cases. Thank you, Doctor.
Alright, that's a picture we have now.
Let's go to the cobbler's.
Howdy.
Hello, Mr. Solomonovich.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, how are things with you?
I heard your cousin Abraham had a problem with his shop. What happened?
If I didn't know you well, I would tell you that it's Jewish business that doesn't concern anyone but the Jews. But as you have a little bit to do with it, you have the right to know what is going on.
Ah, would I have something to do with it?
Someone had seen Abraham telling you something and making big gestures near the Imperial Club. A vicious rumor quickly spread, and it has caused him great injustice. A slanderous denunciation attracted the authorities' attention to my cousin's shop. Abraham must be in the process of answering their questions.
I did, indeed, speak with your cousin the other night. I'm shocked at the consequences of this discussion.
As I was saying, it's the story of the Jews. In the face of adversity, we are united, but amongst ourselves, it's like anywhere else. As soon as our people take a dislike to someone, for right or wrong, we can be without pity and quite cruel.
Interesting.
This is all very worrying. Your cousin knows one, or rather two, of the men who were at the Imperial Club on the night of the Mitre Square murder. One of the two, a butcher in Aldgate named Joseph, is probably withholding information of the utmost importance. I must find this man. Perhaps you can help me.
But there are dozens of Jewish butchers around Aldgate, half of which must be called Joseph. And you know, Mr. Holmes, we Jews prefer to remain in the background of this murderer business, this Jack the Ripper thing. All of London is pointing their fingers at us saying, it's a Jew who disemboweled these women. Our community is in great peril, you know. There was the business with Lipsky and Leather Apron. I will see what I can do, but I don't promise anything.
I'd be extremely grateful to you. Very well. We may meet again, Mr. Solomonovich.
You are most welcome, Mr. Holmes.
I've paced up and down Whitechapel enough. I should return to Baker Street in order to reflect on the new facts that I have discovered.
Hello, Holmes.
Good day, Watson.
Listen, Holmes, I know I should have got here sooner to give you a report on my research, but this case has led me to neglect my patients and my wife more than I care to admit. I've been able to sort things out over the last few days, and now I am ready to pursue this investigation.
You don't have to justify yourself, Watson. Whilst I do tolerate you as an observer, and despite your occasional help with more menial tasks, may I remind you that you are by no means an indispensable part of this case.
Rude!
Oh, you tolerate me as an observer, do you? Oh, you're too much, Holmes. Well, Mr. Detective, despite my absence, I have been working on this case, putting my relationship on the line in the process. And I happen to have a confidential letter that only passed from one lord's hand to another. What it contains is extremely serious and concerns Dr. Tumblety and his collection of uteri.
Let me see that.
My lord, be hereby assured of my entire collaboration in the affair to which I must reply. No one will be able to cast opprobrium on our institution or ourselves. Our eminent colleagues support our policies, and they won't cooperate with the police. Convince me that they are a couple. Yeah. Won't cooperate with the police as long as the higher interests that we serve aren't menaced. As you mentioned, we must avoid having to explain the uncultured masses the exigencies of medical research. A general crisis of confidence will result in inevitable amalgamation that the press would hasten to create between this and the hideous murders committed in the East End. To this end, I tactfully evoked the rumor that you mentioned in your letter when I met with my colleagues. It turns out to have grounds, and these are specifics that I was able to obtain. 18 months thence, an American doctor in London did, in fact, contact certain hospitals. His approach was aimed at getting stocks of feminine genitalia, particularly uteri. He was motivated initially by the finalization of his research and of its publication. The doctor in question wanted to include a uterus specimen freshly conserved in formalin with each of the research dissertations sent to each of the colleagues involved. A large quantity was thus necessary, and this doctor proposed to buy each of the uteri for £20 each. The hospital directors did not pay heed to these demands, of that I have been assured. Between you and I, my lord, who knows what strange consequences would have followed these demands of the American doctor. The rumor of these unusual commissions made the tour of the hospitals in question at the time and has spread to others since. Simple day laborers employed in our organization considered that the gain of £20 could justify a theft, perhaps worse. The identity of the doctor is unknown to me, but, based on the recall of one of my colleagues, this man had the most impressive references. But after a bit of research that I did, I didn't find the existence of any publication with an eventual correlation on this or the other side of the Atlantic. The man left London shortly after his pitch, it would seem. I cannot help but think that he has perhaps returned to London and has found someone who might furnish him with what he is looking for.
Excellent. This American could be great use to use.
That's right, and that's not all. I did some research and finally found an illness that affects the genitalia and can, in certain cases, cause facial symptoms resembling the mutilations seen on the last victim.
It's syphilis.
It is called, would you believe?
Syphilis and the emaciation that can be seen in affected children. I have known that for days, Watson.
Really?
Listen, now you're already here, Watson, we may as well continue the investigation. Do you remember the map on which we established the area in which our killer lives? I think we should continue our study.
Holmes, you are such a dick sometimes. Okay, map.
Well, I discovered the case of another murder before that of Bucks Row. It happened in George Yard. We shall put it on the map in order to see if it corresponds to our area of research. We must place the murder of Martha Tabram in George Yard on the map. That is where Martha Tabram's murder took place. There's no point going there. I already have all the information we need on that matter. You see, this murder took place in the area in which our killer lives, his safe zone. Nonetheless, there are two major differences between the murder of this Martha Tabram and that of Polly Nichols. Firstly, the blows inflicted are not the same.
And the second difference?
It follows on from a doctor's opinion. He claims two weapons might have been used, and if there is one group of people we absolutely must not trust in this business, it's doctors. Don't you agree, Watson?
Watch it, Holmes.
Tabram's murder took place in an area where the murderer, whose cowardice is clear, was able to make a quick getaway, that is to say, near his home. For his second murder, he would have wanted to go further afield, so the police would not link these two cases. And as for the other murders, seeing the ineffectiveness of his last one, he headed in different directions to kill his victims while still staying in the vicinity and without going any further than necessary, and all the while planning his escape. My dear Watson, we now know what this man looks like, in what area he lives, and that he suffered directly or indirectly from syphilis. Let's not forget the anatomical knowledge he must almost certainly possess. Given his lower-class background, a butcher seems very likely. However, it may be the case that the man was a butcher once, but is no longer. He might also have been a medical assistant. Who knows? That's why we need the testimonies of the other Joseph and Dr. Tumblety in order to be certain.
What shall we do, Holmes?
As the police's cooperation is futile and can be ruled out, we have nothing to do but wait. Watson, wait, and hope we see one of these two men before the killer strikes again.
That's a terrible plan.
At last, a long day's work done. How are you doing, Holmes?
Fine, Watson, just fine.
I suppose you still haven't heard any news from Whitechapel?
No, Watson.
It's been almost a month now. Who knows? Our killer may have brought justice upon himself, overcome by remorse and ignominy for his actions.
Not a chance, Watson.
You haven't done anything about the story of a kidney that was sent in the post and reported by the papers. Why not?
The killer left a message on one occasion with the intention of harming. The letter accompanying this package served no purpose other than to give value to its recipient and arouse disgust against its sender. The killer has never done anything for nothing. In order to authenticate the Galston Street message, he left an indisputable piece of evidence. Can we really say as much about this kidney?
I don't know. All I know is that there are letters piling up on your desk. Isn't it time to move on to another case?
Absolutely not, Watson. I think that the other Joseph is reluctant to meet me. The man he saw must certainly have put the fear of God in him, a man well known for his violence and his hatred towards Jews. There can't be any shortage of those in Whitechapel. I have hope yet. As for Dr. Tumblety...
We found him, Mr. Holmes. We found him.
Who's that?
Dr. Bumblebee. He's been locked up by the bobbies, but they've let him loose. Oi! He was looking round like a rat who's scared of his own shadow. He's gonna do a run at years.
Watson, this is our chance. The game is afoot. Let's hope that Tumblety will go to collect his trunk. As for you, my little friends, thank you for lifting this burden that has been on my shoulders for almost a month.
Okay. That means we're going back to Whitechapel, which means we're going back to the boarding house.
He's here. The doctor is here, up in his room. Peeking through my door, I saw him go up the stairs, and I think that he has a pistol.
Regarding the trunk, did you do what I told you to?
Yes, I jammed the lock and filled the trunk with stones. Should we call the police?
Absolutely not. Go home, lock your doors, and if you hear a gunshot, shout as loudly as you can. Watson, we must disarm this man at all costs before attempting to confront him. Come, have your pistol at the ready and stay alert.
Don't move a muscle or I shoot.
Who? But what is going on?
Bravo, Watson. I take back everything I ever said about your less than full involvement in our investigations.
Listen, Mr. Policeman. I already told everything to your colleagues at the station, so...
Don't you believe it, sir. We're not with the police. We are here to talk about human organs, an area in which you seem to have a great deal of interest.
What? But who are you?
We are the ones holding the pistol.
Okay.
Listen, Tumblety, tell us everything you know and you will be spared from the noose or a bullet. Have you tried to get hold of any female genitalia from someone during these past months?
So that's it. You English. Listen, as it happens, I do have a collection of female genital organs which I hold dear and never miss the chance to show my friends whatever the occasion.
Why?
If you knew what I feel when my eyes meet the young men's as they contemplate with astonishment and disgust this soft and flabby skin that they worship and place at the center of all their passions. Women repulse me, gentlemen. They are one of nature's greatest mistakes. Lying, haughty, and most of all, nauseating. No, sirs. Men, mankind, we are not made to soil ourselves with such animals, and it is my task to educate my peers, like the ancient Greeks used to do, and put them on the path to masculine relationships, the only kind worthy of our intelligence.
My God, this man has lost his marbles, Holmes.
You haven't answered my question. Did you attempt to obtain any female organs?
Indeed, but a long time ago. I was living in Liverpool at the time. A few of my specimens were starting to lose their freshness. But despite the sum proposed, the heads of the university hospitals refused to accede to my demands. The fear of what others would say, certainly. I know nothing more similar to an arrogant fowl than an English doctor. Yakety yak, always showing off in the courtyard with their haughty airs. And as soon as...
Shut it, Tumblety. So, was it you who killed all of these women? Yes or no?
I regret to say that it was not. If I had really wanted a few more uteri, I would have had them brought in from the United States, where it would cost me much less than here. Or I would have shown a few gold coins in the hallways of a morgue or a hospital in London, and they would have kissed my feet to sell them to me, and not taken the least risk. But kidneys are all the latest, aren't they? I think that I could find one tomorrow for less than £1. In short, gentlemen, I do not know your killer, and I don't know why he's doing that. But if you come across him one day, please send him my friendship and my deepest respect.
You've gone too far this time.
Come, Watson, let's not get carried away now. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor. If I may offer some advice, you should leave England as soon as possible. Each day that you remain in this country is a risk that an intelligent man would not take.
My pistol?
Without that, it will be even more risky.
Can we believe this man, Holmes?
He can't be the murderer, and his story regarding the organs fits. But we can't afford to take the slightest risk. I will ask the Baker Street irregulars to follow him. Listen, lads, when Tumblety leaves here, follow him discreetly and come and tell me as early as possible tomorrow where he is currently residing. Understood?
Understood, Captain.
What the Okay, there's...
You are already ready, Holmes. What is going on?
I have been waiting for you for at least an hour, Watson. It would appear that a new drama has unfolded. The youngsters came to give me this address, but I have some doubt as to the actual location we are going to. Let's try anyway. At worst, we may come across the Baker Street irregulars to put us in the right direction.
That was a lot to unpack that just happened.
We are lost, Holmes.
No, we're not, Watson. We are heading for the very street I'd hoped for, but as I wasn't sure it was this one, I've made a few big detours in order to find the right one. I'll know it when I see the name.
Why, of course, Holmes. Why didn't I think of that? The great Sherlock Holmes can't...
Okay, that was a lot to unpack there. We'll start with Sherlock Holmes is kind of a dick. We'll go to... That was a very weird representation of gay men. I mean, most men are gay because they love men, not because they hate women. It's not impossible, but it's a really weird thing to include. If you have no other representation. And...
How are you, my friend? Are you not feeling well?
No.
My friend is a doctor. He can take care of you.
Don't go there. He came here, and he...
Now, Watson, take care of him.
There's a... Like, there's a lot going on that is just like...
I have no reason to go that way.
What? Oh, am I supposed to... Oh, there's a door here, okay. Ew.
My God!
What happened?
Can't talk. Wait for the coppers. Are they coming? My eyes are crying.
No.
Go find them too, mister. I'll stay here and keep an eye out. Go!
No, I must await my friend. Ah, here he is.
Watson, are you there? How are you?
Fine, Holmes, and you? What happened?
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Where are we, Watson?
In Whitechapel, Holmes. This must be Dorset Street. You don't seem very well. Do you need something?
Indeed, Watson. Some clay, a great big piece of clay. I would ask for some wine, too, but as you know, I taste nothing but melodrama.
What is over there?
A trip from which you will never return, Watson. Trust me, don't go there.
A trip? Behind this door? In this room?
It's not strictly a door, it's more of a portal, a threshold, and what lies behind it is not the mortal realm, Watson. It is a place beyond time and space, the gift of a frantic artist who made use of his talent in order to grant us access to his world, Watson. Beyond that threshold is an abyss. Hell. The police won't take long to arrive, and the last thing I want is to waste precious time on them. Could you lead me out of this area and take me home?
Sherlock, are you high? Like, serious question, are you high?
I have nothing to ask.
Oh, I don't even get to, like, look at the scene of the crime or anything? Okay, I just...
You should come and eat, Holmes. Mrs. Hudson has worked wonders. The joint has been cooked medium rare. If only you would tell me what was in the courtyard.
The answer, Watson.
The answer, Holmes?
Yes, the answer to a question that you asked me a few weeks ago.
How the devil can the answer to a question I asked you be found in that courtyard? And what question are you referring to, Holmes?
How our killer set about reaching the height of horror by taking another victim, Watson.
What the fuck?
Did I not tell you that I wanted to avoid melodrama?
Do you mean to say that...
Yes, that's what was in that room. You helped towards the colour. All that's missing is the odour, but I shall let that pass. The mutilations almost all resulted in large removals of flesh. My photographic memory noted them all in great detail, the shape, size and location, and thanks to the softness of this clay and your medical knowledge, I believe we can attempt to determine what is missing from this lady.
Don't you think we should wait for the medical examiner's opinion?
Surely not, Watson. This massacre has gone on long enough. I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to get our hands on Jack the Ripper before this night is out.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Sherlock Holmes stories involve him doing cocaine.
Watson, we shall reconstruct the body of this poor woman and inspect it in detail as well. Your help as a medical man will be invaluable.
Holmes, I feel a bit unwell.
Well, I understand. I will manage on my own. Her throat was slit just like the others. The wound is particularly deep.
Okay. What the, okay.
There were incisions in the rib cage, as if to inspect the lungs.
What is that? Oh, the uterus, okay.
The liver was neatly removed. An organ is missing, apparently. I must specify which organ this is on my list.
The heart.
There we are, Watson. We have examined everything. The heart is the only thing missing. 2 uteri, a kidney, and now a heart. He had all the time he wanted in which to disfigure her, cut her up like a piece of meat, and yet took nothing but the heart. What do you think of that, Watson? Watson? I dread to think how you'd react if you saw a corpse. I'm returning to Whitechapel, Watson, to
Yeah,
Isaacs.
why isn't he...
If the heart tells you to come with me, if the heart tells you a little wordplay there. Let's go to the cobbler's.
Okay, this is... The writing in this game has gotten a bit odd. I feel like Watson, even if he's horrified, should be able to put up with seeing something like that, and having Holmes laugh about it is kind of a weird decision. Let's see. Oh no, Jacques Devon, the ability to make jokes, please no. Yeah. knowledge of anatomy. Is or was a butcher. Many of Kelly's organs were detached. Killer kept going as no. Verify the health of his victims. God, please no. Heart was removed. Uterus. He could. The no. When he could. The wounds on Cieto's neck revealed that the murderer is right-handed. The murderer is right-handed. Chiyana was disfigured. Wanted to give his last victim's appearance of syphilis. Or wants us to compare him to terminal. Jack the Ripper was confronted with syphilis? Okay. Okay, hang on, let me... Here we go. God, Sherlock as a comedian would be fucking torture. Let me say real quick. Yes. Okay, where am I going? The police station?
Let's go to the cobblers.
Cobblers. Oh, hello.
Let's go to the cobblers.
Beep, beep.
Hey, what's his face?
Evening, Mr. Holmes.
Hello.
Good evening, Hardyman. Has Abraham Solomonovich still not reopened his shop?
No, not that I know of.
Have you heard anything about the latest murder?
Certainly there is talk of nothing else. Poor girl. I hope they catch the bastard who did it.
Who do you think that could be?
A madman, that's for sure. Everyone in the area is pinning it on a Jew. But I don't believe that for a second.
Why?
Because Jews don't like blood, you see. They're not allowed to eat it, and they have to drain the meat before cooking it. It's true that they eat animals, but they are fanatical about all kinds of silly things. I don't know much about their rituals and all, but I know that a Jewish butcher can't just do whatever he pleases with his knife. He has strict kosher rules to follow.
You seem to be very well informed.
Well, I buy my meat from them too. My clients don't care whether the meat comes from Jews or not. Cats eat it regardless. And let me tell you, I'd go as far as to say that I may even have more faith in a Jew, because even if they don't eat all the offals, a Jew inspects them to see if the animal was in good health. Lungs, for the most part, and as they make up most of my cat's meat, you can see the connection, right?
Jews are allowed to eat offals?
Yes. They eat calves' kidneys, I think.
How big is that? A calf's kidney?
Ah, well, that depends if it's fresh or if it's been marinated in brine or cooked.
When fresh, are they as big as a human kidney?
They would be, yes.
You know, Mr. Hardyman, it's lucky for both of us that the murder that took place in your mother's courtyard was only the Whitechapel killer's third. Had it been the first, I wouldn't be thanking you, as I'm doing now, for all of this important information. Goodbye and take care.
If you say so. Right, farewell, Mr. Holmes.
Let's go to the cobblers.
Why are there so many screams? Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Solomonovich.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. If you've come about the business of my cousin, I hate to say...
Before you respond to my request, I must ask you to answer this question of the utmost importance. What offals are Jews allowed to eat?
Well, the same as you.
Kidney, heart, liver?
Yes.
How are they prepared?
Kidneys are boiled, heart is often finely sliced and cooked on a skewer, and liver is always grilled.
These offals, do they come from cattle?
Yes, beef or veal.
And eating non-kosher food would be a grave affair for a Jew, isn't that right?
Yes, it would be very serious. But what are you getting at?
If I were to tell you what I'm thinking, Mr. Solomonovich, you would pull out your own eardrums to not hear the end of my sentence. It goes against the beliefs of hundreds of members of your community, and for some, perhaps even worse. I will ask you one last time before involving the authorities, who I assure you will be far less discreet than myself. Do you know who the second Joseph is, the Aldgate butcher, who your cousin knows from the Imperial Club?
What?
His name is Joseph Chaim Levy. But I don't know where he lives. I know nothing about him, other than he's a member of the Imperial Club on Duke Street.
That street is after Church Passage, coming from Mitre Square. Am I right?
That's it.
Thank you. You have been an enormous help to both of us. Now, listen carefully. I need you to find 4 or 5 strong men among the members of your family who you trust wholeheartedly, and to wait here with them until my arrival, or you receive a message from me. Is that clear?
But if you will tell me...
Later, Mr. Solomonovich. Later. Let's go to the Imperial Club.
Okay. Oh.
Ah, there's the Imperial Club. Let's see if I can find Joseph Chaim Levy. Hello, sir.
Hello. Can I help you, sir?
Indeed. I have an urgent message for Mr. Joseph Levy, the Aldgate butcher.
I regret, sir, but Mr. Levy is not at the club at present. You can wait for him if you wish.
I thank you. Do you know where I can find him? His home address, perhaps? It is a very urgent matter.
I am sorry, sir, but we do not give out information regarding the club members to people outside the group.
I understand. I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall.
Who says...
A note encouraging members of the Jewish community to remain prudent and vigilant after rumors about the Whitechapel murders.
Heavily in our community. Consequently, an exemplary conduct was shown. All incidents must be stifled as much as possible.
This may come in handy.
Okay. I am a slight
There is
bit
a cellar
concerned.
window behind this barrel, which is preventing me from passing. There is a cellar window behind
Move the barrel?
this coal. It's a service door and firmly locked. If I can just get into the coal... This barrel is on a wooden pallet, but it is too heavy to be moved. I will need a pivot. There we are. My pivot is in place. Now, let's find something to tip over this barrel.
Like, please don't make the ending of this be that Jack the Ripper is a Jewish butcher.
Closed. This building is the Great Synagogue of London.
Like, just please. Oh, it's like, I feel like we're heading in that direction. I'm like, please, please don't. Please do not. Please do not do this. You've been doing so well, and this game is so good, and if it ends up with that, I'm going to just be really goddamn disappointed. Okay, that... Okay, so then over here then.
I should be able to make it tip over. Let's go.
Worm.
Good. Let's try to find the exit that leads to the club. This may come in handy. Closed. The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the Let's hope that it really is the key to this door. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. A page from an old Yiddish-English dictionary. Court's proceedings. Curious.
Jury for what's hard labor, levy, guilty of receiving. Stealing meat. Okay.
Some square metal tokens. Curious. There is a document.
I wanted to let you know that if your club needed kosher meat when you have any special functions, I would be available to furnish it for you. Guaranteed by a compliant abattoir, it will be delivered directly to your society at a time that is convenient, reasonable prices. Do not hesitate to call upon my service. Refused on the advice of Joseph Hyam Levy.
There must have been litigation between Joseph Hyam Levy and Jacob Levy. This must be the club's safe. What I'm looking for is probably inside. I need something.
If it tries, it better be like someone pretending to be Jewish or something. Yeah. It's like, please don't do this.
This must be the club's safe.
Yes,
the
thank
lock
you.
on this chest is very sophisticated. Let's see.
Shit. Okay. I think it's that, each thing needs to match, so, like, those need to match, and then is there a Y? No, there's not, so let's put that up there for now. N and T. Let's put that over here. Oh wait, no, it has to go at the top here because there's no Y thing at the bottom. Okay, let's move that there. Okay, move that there. But those two could match. Put that there for now. You can't. Okay, this one doesn't match, so I have to put that there. Okay.
Elementary.
Worm. Hey, Kevry, how goes?
I need something. These documents contain some words in Yiddish, which reads from right to left.
Okay. Club numbers is as follows. Mr. Bath is 403. N is 1. A. Okay. 2. B. Pi is 5. It's not really pi, but 4, 3, 4, 5. No, okay, not that one. B 3, 4. Okay. 6. B is 2, LF is 1, and TH is 400. Okay. 400 and thing. We know from Kabbalah power. H is 5. Okay. M is 40. Wait. No, it's not that. Okay. R is 200. So and then AI? No. Okay. Well, that provided his name is spelled as 300. He's 346. Counting of names for our club members. Okay. Oh, okay, wait, no, I see how it is. Okay. So TH is 400, which means it's 2 letters. Okay, hammer is 350. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Hammer. H is 5. Okay, so it spells it out down here. Okay. Okay. HAMME 70 E. Okay. BA TH is 400. Sorry about that. Okay, so excuse me. 6 is that's good, just lurking. Perfectly fine. Rem Interesting. Okay. So let's see. Okay. Wow, this is spelled as I don't know. So okay, hang on. We'll have it represent and okay. Sorry, I'm writing this down on scratch paper to figure it out. Equals 346. So we know that this is M, and that equals. Oh wait, no. We know that this equals something. 40. Okay, so that's 40. We know, what other letters do we know? This guy here is worth 200. This guy here is worth 70. And that leaves the other two. So that is 310? 310, which leaves us with 36 left. So 30. Six. Wait. Okay. But that doesn't tell me what letters they correspond to. Fuck. Wait, M is... Oh wait, no, I've got it backwards, I think. Okay, so it's actually let's see, so this one's 30, which gives us L, I think. Cool, and then U is the last one.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
What is the next step? Levy Joseph. Oh. Aldgate, 1841. Address. Self-employed butcher.
Here we are. I have the address of this Joseph Chaim Levy, 36 Middlesex Street. Now, let's try to get out of here without being seen. The kitchen. It's...
Oh, I'm gonna be real mad at this game, I think.
Blast! My exit has been sealed off. The barrel was replaced. I'll have to find another way.
Okay.
I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out. Closed.
Okay.
No, that's not such a good idea. There's a meeting taking place. No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there. I must find a way to get him to leave his post.
Okay. Let's go to the administrative room then.
I can't get out through the window.
Okay. I have to get the watchman to leave. Somehow.
Closed. Closed.
Okay. Yeah. Let me out.
Blast. My exit.
Yes, thank you, and more.
Blast. My exit has been.
Okay. And now we've gotten to the rub things on things portion of the game. Oh, hello.
I need something. I need something.
Okay.
I need something. I need something.
Okay. Now what? Oh.
I need something. I need something.
Guessing a candle then. Okay. There it is.
This may come in handy. Now let's quickly hide in administration.
Excuse me. Woof.
Let's visit Joseph Levy at 36 Middlesex Street.
36 Middlesex. Wait, is that?
Here I am in Middlesex Street. Let's find number 36.
Game,
Hello, sir. What do you want?
Hello, Ma'am. I would like to speak with Mr. Levy. Do you know if he's in?
I am Mrs. Levy, his wife. He's not arrived yet.
Do you know when he'll be in?
Oh, no idea. You know, he works at the butcher's and helps at the slaughterhouse. It often happens that he doesn't come in until early morning and then leaves right away.
Well, listen. As soon as your husband Joseph returns, tell him that...
My husband isn't called Joseph.
You aren't the wife of Joseph Hyam Levy?
No, of course not. I'm the wife of Jacob Levy. Mr. Hyam Levy used to live here with his parents, but he moved.
Mummy, who's the man that you are talking to?
But this poor child has syphilis. He carries the mark on his face.
Leave us, children. Go back inside with your brothers and sisters.
Yes, Mother.
As I was saying, Mr. Hyam Levy doesn't live here. He works in a butcher's near Aldgate, but I don't know exactly where. But if you find him, he will surely live next door. Butchers always live near their work.
Could you possibly give him a message on my behalf?
I don't see him often, and... Well, even though we know him, we aren't on friendly terms, you see?
Is he bothering you, Mummy?
No, Simon, not at all.
That's a handsome boy you have. It's strange that he has light hair.
He takes after his father. Strong, with light hair.
Wait, he sounds familiar to me. A man of about 50 years old, very big, at least 6 feet tall, and left-handed, correct?
You are mistaken yet again. My husband is only 32 years old, no taller than 5'3", and he's right-handed.
Obviously, there are many Levys in the area. I will leave you, and I pray that you will excuse the disturbance. Perhaps we will have the pleasure of meeting again. Farewell, Ma'am.
Goodbye, sir.
Daddy!
Oh, it's gonna.
I must return to Baker Street. Let's go to Baker Street.
Oh.
Well, Watson, not looking so good.
Whose fault is that, Holmes? If you hadn't shown me your masterpiece in clay...
Some actions have much larger repercussions than would be assumed at first glance. Listen, Watson, in a few minutes I will leave Baker Street in order to meet Jack the Ripper and put an end to his crimes. Beforehand, I want to go over all our discoveries to assure myself that everything is clear.
Jack the Ripper? You know the identity of Jack the Ripper?
Without a shadow of a doubt, Watson, and I assure you that we are in possession of all the elements required to determine who Jack the Ripper is. Would you like to do this work with me? Perfect, Watson. Let's determine who Jack the Ripper is, Watson.
I'm gonna hate this. Okay. No, hang on. Turn off that section. Conclusions? Okay, now we've already gone through all of this. Do I talk to Watson about it?
Let's determine who Jack the Ripper is, Watson.
Oh, are we going?
Nothing of interest here.
Oh.
Thus, we have 5 suspects. Let's add the elements that correspond to each of them.
Bet they're going. She being Jack the Ripper. No, they're going with. I'm kind of worried that we're going with the anti-Semitic conspiracy point of no return, where Jack the Ripper is a Jew. Confronted with syphilis. Okay. Whitechapel killer is poor. Is or was a butcher. I think that's just those two. Oh, and him. Has a score to settle with a Jewish community? Great physical force. Okay. Murders a light-colored hair and a mustache. No, not him. Okay. 5'3". I don't think that's any. Yeah, I think that's the only one. It's for the Aldgate. Okay. Oh, I already did that one. Okay. Oh, great physical force. Nope. No. Okay. No. Already put that on there. No. No. Nope. Okay. All of them are right-handed. Confronted with syphilis. No. Already on there. No. No. Okay. Is or was a butcher. Wait, score? Why does Abraham have a score to settle with the fucking... Okay.
And there you go, Watson. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper.
Fantastic, Holmes. And terrifying. But some aspects of this case are still unclear, at least for me.
For example, Watson?
Why does the man only kill prostitutes?
The man kills prostitutes because he blames them for the misery of his life. He must have frequented them assiduously, and during these nocturnal visits, he contracted syphilis, which he passed on to his spouse, and via her, at least one of his children. He is an angry man in despair following a mistake that cannot be fixed.
Why does he only kill such miserable prostitutes?
He never had the means to afford prostitutes of higher standing than Nichols, Chapman, and the others. At one point in his life he was forced to steal to make ends meet. This indiscretion cost him dearly. He was imprisoned and exiled from his community. He had frequented low-class prostitutes, thus it was they who infected him, and they who must pay.
But why did he remove the organs?
To take vengeance on his own community, which rejected him and had more success than he. He is a man who bore the burden of a sinister reputation, that of a thief and a madman, because of his internment. So he took his vengeance in the most cowardly and horrific manner imaginable. He rubbed his knife on the uterus of a sick prostitute before using it. He passed Edow's kidney off as a veal kidney.
What?
Why did he disfigure the faces of the last 2 victims?
Revenge yet again, Watson. This is what you did to my child. You will suffer the same fate.
And the piece of apron and the message at Goulston Street?
The only reason to have placed the piece of apron, incriminating the message and attracting attention towards himself, is that the people that Levy holds responsible for his arrest live in this building. The butcher's where he committed the theft is found in Goulston Street, and the majority of the butchers who denounced him surely live close to their workplaces.
But finally, Holmes, why didn't his wife or anyone else notice anything?
His wife has many children and must be very busy. The man is a butcher, which must facilitate things when one is questioned by the police in the street and must justify the bloodstains on oneself. Furthermore, butchers often work during the night, as the meat must be sold fresh each morning. His nocturnal absences were easily justifiable. Finally, he works in a butcher's or slaughterhouses. Nothing could be more simple than slipping a kidney in here and using a knife soiled with human blood there.
This story is frightful, Holmes.
Indeed, Watson. Lies, infidelity, venereal disease, murder, mutilation, and finally cannibalism. A complete anthology of what humans at their most vile are capable.
Oh, he's not.
Let's go at once to Whitechapel and put this madman where he can do no more harm, Holmes.
Let's, Watson.
I kind of,
I do believe we are not alone. I hope these men won't prevent us from passing.
Me? No. But you, yes, Watson. Your journey ends here tonight.
Pardon?
You're sometimes a little hot-headed. Moreover, Mr. Solomonovich has a few things to tell you. I won't be long.
What?
You can come in, Mr. Holmes. He's waiting for you inside. Everything was organized according to your instructions. I don't know how to thank you.
Later. Dr. Watson is awaiting an explanation from you.
Yeah. Silent dialogue, apparently. And...
Hello, Watson.
Holmes, have you the slightest idea what you are doing?
I think so, Watson.
Leaving this bloodthirsty pervert at liberty and hiding his existence from the London police? What folly!
What?
Certainly, the police will never find their man, but with so many men deployed, this affair will indirectly have a benevolent effect on the crime in the vicinity.
But Holmes, wait! Justice hasn't been served, and we are accomplices to the fact.
Justice? But I don't serve justice, Watson. I serve truth. And, incidentally, I serve my country, and I don't think that I have ever served it better than today. Imagine if after months of terror and a murder as abominable as that of Miller's Court, we deliver to the English people a man of the Jewish faith, a journeyman and head of family as the guilty party. A man who forced members of his own people to eat human flesh. All of this contained tension would have exploded in a myriad of anti-Semitic acts which would have thrown Whitechapel into a rage of fire and blood. And this man's family, who are completely innocent and have suffered more than their lot, would have been the first in the line of sight. Should we condemn an entire people to shame and promise them 1,000 wounds because one of their members committed an unmentionable crime? Neither I nor you have the right to do so. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, is now in the hands of his own people. I have complete faith in Mr. Solomovich and the members of his community who, I remind you, courageously helped us. They took great risks and acted with the most salutary discretion. And, oh yes, it is understood that you cannot chronicle this investigation. It would be best to invent a story that takes us far from London during the somber period, in pursuit of, let's see, something challenging. A ghostly dog that glows in the night.
Don't be ridiculous, Holmes. But what will happen now? The police will endure a serious setback and a real loss of credibility. And this man?
Well, a few months after the murders have ceased, the police commission, finding themselves at an impasse, will come up with a story to tell, and everyone will vow that they know the secret identity of the killer without having the right to reveal it. As for Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, he will be imprisoned by his own people. He will pace like a lion in its cage until the end of his days, haunted by his crimes and his insatiable vengeance, until finally the disease which drove him to kill those poor women will finish its work and make him its final victim.
Okay, so that didn't end quite as badly as I was worried it was going to. So there's that. Yeah. That's a hell of a take to come away with from Jack the Ripper. And it's a kind of worrying one. Like, when did this game come out? I mean, yeah, it came out in, like, 2009? Yeah, Jesus. Okay. That's... Okay. I don't really have much I feel comfortable commenting on. I would be really interested to see if there is anyone who is English, Jewish, familiar with the Jack the Ripper cases, who has taken a look at this and can give kind of their opinion. I'd feel much more comfortable listening to what someone who's Jewish says about this than trying to make my own conclusions. But like right off the bat, it's like, okay, that was maybe a very questionable conclusion to reach with this game. Like, there's 5 billion theories about who Jack the Ripper really was and why he committed crimes and all that, and this one was like, maybe don't. But again, I'd rather listen to someone from the actual Jewish community and hear kind of their thoughts on it before giving my own. I don't have anyone offhand because I didn't know we were going to go this direction. But that's just kind of my initial thought is I don't feel competent to have a very seriously formed opinion on this, which is a shame because like mechanically this game is the best so far, and it's actually like it's a really good game that I would have loved to play again. But then it got to that part and I'm like, oh no, please no. So that's where I'm stuck at. It's like, that's, I guess, the big takeaway from the game this time is just like, the games are getting better, but whoo, buddy, please diversify your writing team. I am begging you. Let's see, what's the next Sherlock Holmes game we've got on? The next Sherlock Holmes game we have is The Testament of Sherlock Holmes. So that will be starting tomorrow and going over to Monday. We'll see how that goes. Ooh, this one's got achievements. Fancy. For now, though, I'm going to close up. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I hope you had a good time. I'm sorry this descended into the anti-Semitic point of no return, but hopefully next time we'll avoid that. We'll see how that goes. Thank you again for joining. Thank you, folks, for either lurking or hanging out in chat. I appreciate it either way. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I hope to see you tomorrow. And please take care of yourself in the meantime. Until then, bye!